Chapter 924. Brother Lin, where do you plan to go? Wang Chaozong asked. Holy Stone City. Wang Chaozong looked delighted as he said, What a coincidence! We're also planning to head to Holy Stone City. We heard that a batch of primordial godly material would appear there, so we're planning to go and see if we can obtain something amazing. The cultivator called Yuan Hua's eyes lit up when he heard about primordial godly stones. He came over and said, I once cut a primordial godly stone in the past, and I heard that I found something amazing. Lin Feng asked in surprise, What did you find? I heard that a fairy was cut out, Yuan Hua said mysteriously. Lin Feng was shocked, but he did not doubt Yuan Hua's words. In theory, the primordial godly stone was wrapped in godly power, which was equivalent to a seal that could isolate the passage of time. If a fairy was cut out, it was not impossible for it to be born. Wang Chaozong was obviously very interested in this matter. He said, A fairy can be cut out? This isn't just a rumor, is it? Even if she's really sealed in the stone, her life will quickly fade away, right? If you say that a fairy's bones were cut out, I'd believe it. Yuan Hua said, What do you know? I'm telling the truth, because one of my ancestors saw it. Yuan Hua's words attracted the attention of many people, and they all perked up their ears to listen. Lin Feng asked, What was the situation at the time? Yuan Hua said, At the time, it caused a huge commotion and attracted many people. Although tens of thousands of years have passed, many factions should still have records of it, according to the records left behind by my ancestor. Life was born in the primordial godly material. When the primordial godly stone cracked open, a fairy walked out. Stop. Are you saying that the girl walked out of the primordial godly stone by herself? Wang Chaozong asked. That's what my ancestor said. Yuan Hua said. Wang Chaozong shook his head. What you're saying is getting more and more unreliable. I don't believe it. Lin Feng said, Actually, it's not that it's unreliable. If someone is sealed in a primordial godly stone, they might not die even after hundreds of millions of years. Isn't their lifespan already gone? Wang Chaozong asked. Lin Feng said, Among the primordial god stones, there is a type of god stone called the time restriction stone. This kind of divine stone is very strange. Its interior will form a very special kind of divine power. And when this kind of divine power flows, it can isolate the passage of time. Therefore, in theory, if you can find such a divine stone and seal yourself in it, it is indeed possible for you to not die, and then walk out of the divine stone after countless years. Yuan Hua replied, Didn't I say that something like this would happen? How dare you question me? It seems that this young master has done some research on stone materials. Lu Huaxian walked over, bringing with her a fragrant wind. Lin Feng replied, I have indeed dabbled in it. May I know young master's name? Lu Huaxian asked. Lin Feng. So it's Lin Gongzi. I have a piece of stone here. I wonder if you can help me take a look at it. Lin Gongzi? Lu Huaxian asked. At this time, Su Ling said, Xian, this kid's background is unknown, so it's better to be cautious. Moreover, what can a yin-yang realm cultivator possibly do? I think he's just trying to be mysterious. There is no lack of people fishing for fame in this world. Lin Feng glanced at Su Ling indifferently and said, It doesn't matter if I'm trying to be mysterious or fishing for fame. I can confirm that some people's qualities make people feel anxious. As the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons, but the 9 sons are all different. It seems that this saying is true. Sometimes, the difference between people from large families is only in their character. Su Ling's gaze darkened, and he coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, Are you indirectly scolding me? Wang Chaozong hurriedly tried to smooth things over and said, Young Master Su, Brother Lin is still young. If he said something wrong, please don't take it to heart. I apologize to young Master Su on behalf of Brother Lin. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being a peacemaker? Su Ling sneered. Wang Chaozong's face violently twitched a few times. They had been training together for more than half a year, so Wang Chaozong thought that Su Ling would give him some face. However, Su Ling obviously did not. These words were no different from a resounding slap to Wang Chaozong's face. Although Wang Chaozong was sullen, he did not dare to do anything. Su Ling's background was too great, and he could not afford to offend him. Lu Huaxian said, "Brother Su, I think we should just let this matter go. Since Xian Er is pleading for leniency, then let's just let it go." Su Ling did not look at Lin Feng again. In his eyes, Lin Feng was just a nobody. Lu Huaxian also did not ask Lin Feng to help her look at the stones because she also felt that a young cultivator like Lin Feng did not have much ability to identify stones. Lu Huaxian walked away, and Su Ling followed her. "I've made things difficult for Brother Wang." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Wang Chaozong said, "It's fine. Most of the people here have a good relationship. I'm not afraid of being laughed at." Although he said that, who wouldn't be angry after being humiliated like this? Lin Feng said, "When we reach Holy Stone City, I'll help you choose a few stones." Wang Chaozong did not mind. He smiled and said, "That's good. Maybe I'll be lucky. When the time comes, I'll be rich if I cut out some good things." Lin Feng naturally knew that Wang Chaozong was teasing himself. He probably did not have much hope of cutting out good things. Lin Feng smiled and did not say anything. He felt that Wang Chaozong was a good person. As for Su Ling, in Lin Feng's eyes, he was just a nobody. Late at night, Lin Feng, who was resting on a big tree, woke up. He frowned slightly, then stood up and walked into the distance. Other than the cultivator on night duty, everyone else was asleep. In the darkness, a pair of cold eyes looked over. The terrifying aura made one's hair stand on end. However, the owner of the pair of cold eyes quickly left after seeing Lin Feng. "It's actually a shadow beast. This is a vicious beast from the depths of the earth. Its cultivation is unfathomable. Could it be chasing after Lu Huaxian and the others?" Lin Feng frowned slightly. He remembered that Lu Huaxian seemed to have a stone. Could it be that she obtained it from the depths of the earth? Was that why the shadow beast followed them all the way here? "What are you doing here?" A voice came from behind him. Lin Feng looked over and saw Lu Huaxian's peerless figure. "I'm just taking a walk." Lin Feng smiled faintly and walked towards the resting area. "Just now, I vaguely felt a terrifying aura. It seemed to be the aura of a shadow beast. Why did it disappear? Could it be that he had become overly sensitive after being chased by the Umber Magic Beast? Actually, there was nothing. Chapter 925. Holy Stone City was bustling with activity, especially during this period of time. Because of the primordial god stone, many experts had come. Many ancient clans had sent people over, hoping to buy primordial god stones. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at Holy Stone City, they found it difficult to even book an inn. They had to go to many places before they managed to book a room. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. "This is crazy. So many people have come." Wang Chaozong said, "This is a grand event. The primordial god stone has appeared, so it's natural that many people will come." The group walked towards their residence. At that moment, Su Ling said to Lu Huaxian, "Xian, this kind of inn is too shabby. Our clan has a mansion in Holy Stone City. Why don't you stay in the Su clan's mansion?" Many people shook their heads and didn't stay because Su Ling had no intention of inviting them. For example, Wang Chaozong, Yuan Hua, and the other cultivators were all from ancient clans. There was a big gap between them and Su Ling's clan, so they didn't have much interaction. Over the past half a year, Su Ling had probably only spoken 10 sentences to them. These cultivators naturally knew that Su Ling didn't like them, so they didn't want to be snubbed. As for the cultivators who had a good relationship with Lu Huaxian, they had more or less distanced themselves from her because of Su Ling. Lin Feng naturally didn't care whether Lu Huaxian would leave with Su Ling or not. To him, Lu Huaxian was just a nodding acquaintance. Lin Feng said, "Let's go take a look at the stone workshop tomorrow." Yuan Hua said, "Brother Lin, are you really good at choosing stones? Why don't you help me choose a few stones? If it's lost, it'll be on me. If it's really good, I won't forget about it." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Do you know that many ancestors have to wait in line if they want to invite me to choose a stone? They also have to pay a law to invite me." "Haha, Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be so humorous." Yuan Hua laughed. The rest of the people also laughed, thinking that Lin Feng was joking. During this period of time, everyone had gotten to know each other a lot. Lin Feng didn't have much contact with other people, but at least they knew each other. These children of aristocratic families were not bad. None of them were particularly arrogant and domineering. "You want to go out for a gathering tonight?" someone said. "Let's go to Wanhua Building and relax." Wang Chaozong said. At night, everyone headed to the Myriad Flower Building. Lu Huaxian also appeared. She didn't follow Su Ling to the Su clan's residence. Instead, she chose to stay in the inn. Everyone went to the 10,000 Flower Building. When they exited the inn, they saw Su Ling waiting outside. Many people frowned slightly. Su Ling was high and mighty. With him around, even if it was a gathering, everyone would feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, due to Lu Huaxian's reputation and the fact that no one dared to offend Su Ling, no one said anything. The Myriad Flower Building was bustling with activity as usual. This brothel that had been opened all over the Sky Marshall University's 63,000 prefectures had attracted countless experts with beautiful women. Shui Lingyue, the holy maiden of the Wanhua Building, is coming. When they arrived at the Myriad Flower Building, they saw excited cultivators everywhere. The Myriad Flower Building had a total of 12 holy maidens. Bai Xingyi, whom Lin Feng knew, was one of them. Shui Lingyue was also one of them. She was known as the Fairy of the Moon Palace. Today, many outstanding geniuses had come to see Shui Lingyue's elegance. Lin Feng and the others asked for a private room. Then they ordered singers, dancers, musicians, and more than 30 other people. Some people played music, while others danced. Everyone drank wine and admired the beautiful dancers as they danced gracefully. Halfway through the banquet, one of Su Ling's guards entered the private room and whispered something in Su Ling's ear. Su Ling dismissed him and smiled. "Everyone, since you're in Holy Stone City, I'd like to introduce you to an important person. This important person is the Stone King Xian Yuanlong's 9th disciple, Song Lengen. If you get to know him, you can look for him if you want to buy stones in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ling stood up and went outside to welcome Song Lengen. Many people started talking about him. The Stone King Xian Yuanlong was an esteemed guest of an ancient sect leader. He had a total of 18 disciples, and all of them were highly respected. Many people were quite excited. If they could get to know such an important person, it would naturally be very beneficial. However, some people were indifferent because they didn't think that someone like Song Lengen would befriend them. Soon, Su Ling walked in with a middle-aged cultivator who looked to be in his 40s. Su Ling said, "This is Song Lengen, Great Master Song." Many people went up to greet him, but Great Master Song didn't even nod his head. Wang Chaozong pursed his lips, as if he had already expected this. Yuan Hua said, "If you're not in the same circle, don't try to befriend him." In the end, You'll only embarrass yourself. Lin Feng smiled and said, Brother Yuan, you're right. Yuan Hua was a little proud. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said earnestly, Brother Lin, you're still young. You still have a long way to go. Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw Yuan Hua's arrogant expression. After Song Lengan sat down, he looked at Lu Huaxian and said, I saw Su Ling earlier. He said that niece Lu obtained a very special stone and wanted someone to take a look at it, so I came here. Lu Huaxian nodded and said, I did indeed obtain such a stone. I'll have to trouble Senior to take a look at it. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the Umbra demon beast that had chased after him and was forced to retreat. This stone was probably related to the Umbra demon beast, but he didn't know what it was. Let's open another private room for Senior to take a closer look at the stone, Su Ling said. Lu Huaxian nodded. A few cultivators who were on good terms with Lu Huaxian were also called over. Lin Feng wasn't invited, although Lin Feng was curious about the stone's uniqueness. Since Lu Huaxian didn't invite him, he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to follow. Lin Feng's ability to identify stones was unparalleled in the world, so he naturally had his own dignity. Not long after, there was a commotion outside. The saintess of the 10,000 flower building, Xue Lingwei, had arrived. Many people rushed out of the private room, wanting to see Xue Lingyue's peerless beauty. Lin Feng and the others also walked out of the private room. A tall and slender woman wearing a silver long dress with a veil over her face walked in. The woman walked over with light steps. Her body was surrounded by moonlight, making her look holy and otherworldly. She had a cold temperament, as if she was a fairy who had descended from the moon palace to the mortal world. Seeing this woman, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a poem. It couldn't be more suitable for this beautiful woman in front of him, who looked like a fairy from the moon palace. The flowers think of her clothes, the clouds of her face, the spring breeze brushes the railings, the dew is thick, if not seen on top of the Jade Mountain. Chapter 9:26. The goddess of the moon offerings, she's so beautiful. It's hard to imagine how beautiful she is under the veil. Some people were amazed by Xue Lingyue's temperament. They hadn't seen her face, but her temperament was enough to make countless people's hearts pound. Goddess, we've been waiting for you for a long time. A few young geniuses walked over. When they saw them, many people were astonished. Huangfu Qingqiang, Luo Yuchun, Mu Zikuan, Nangong Bieli. Of these four people, which one of them wasn't a peerless genius? Huangfu Qingqiang, the crown prince of the Yuhua celestial dynasty. Luo Yuchun, the young master of the ancient Luo family in Yuezhou. Mu Zikuan, the descendant of the time cave in the celestial continent. Nangong Bieli, the descendant of the void god school in the celestial continent. Those four people weren't just from noble backgrounds. They were also extremely talented. Their cultivation levels were comparable to those of the older generation. It was obvious that those four geniuses had come for Xue Lingwei. Xue Lingwei was like a fairy from the moon palace. Only those peerless geniuses were qualified to be friends with her. Sorry for making you wait. Friends. Xue Lingwei walked over. Her qi was pure and holy. Her voice was pleasant to the ears, but it also gave people the impression that she was faintly discernible. Everyone opened up a path for them, allowing them to go up. After the group of geniuses left, many people were still talking about how beautiful Xue Lingwei was. They were talking about how extraordinary the four geniuses were. Lin Feng and the others left. The night was bright. Lin Feng sat on the roof and looked up at the moon. He was in the depths of the starry sky. That was where he wanted to go. He liked to look at the starry sky like that. It reminded him that his mother was still being suppressed by the Jiuqian god-burying coffin. Lu Huaxian and the others came back. Lin Feng just glanced at them. He didn't pay much attention to them. Lu Huaxian also saw Lin Feng. She was a bit curious. Lin Feng seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious aura. They had known each other for a while, but who knew where he came from? They didn't know anything except his name. It was hard to say whether his name was real or not. After all, many people liked to make up a name when they went out to train. Some people even used nicknames to replace their real names. What a strange person. Lu Huaxian mumbled to herself, but she didn't think too much about it. From her point of view, Lin Feng was destined to not have much interaction with her. The next day, Lin Feng and the others went to the stone workshop. The Star State's Saint Stone City Stone Workshop could be ranked in the top 5 even in the 3,000 prefectures. This was one of the most famous stone workshops. This was because primordial god stones had appeared more than once. Many top forces had set up stone workshops in the Holy Stone City. The place was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless cultivators flocked here just to gamble on stones. Not everyone had come. Some people were not very interested in stone gambling, so they did not come. Lin Feng, Wang Chaozong, Yuan Hua, and the others all numbered 7. The number of cultivators in the first courtyard was also the highest. After all, the price of the stones further in was too high. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. Lin Feng shuttled through the stones. He found 3 stones and handed them to Wang Chaozong. The 3 stones were worth 300 supreme grade spirit stones. To Wang Chaozong, this was a huge sum of spirit stones. It would spend more than half of his savings. However, Wang Chaozong was an open-minded person. He paid the spirit stones without hesitation. The deacon of the stone workshop gave Wang Chaozong a stone-cutting knife. Chapter 9:27. The 3 stones were the bee smoke stone, the black scale stone, and the fire rock. These 3 types of stones were very common. Of course, in the lowest grade stone area, it was impossible to find high-grade stones. The bee smoke stone was like a bee's nest. It was oval-shaped and densely packed with holes. This was the stone that cultivators were most unwilling to use. Even if there was something inside, because of the many holes on the bee smoke stone, there was a chance that the thing inside would come into contact with the outside air and be destroyed. The black scale stone was black and covered with a layer of cuticle that looked like fish scales. This stone was usually fished out of lakes. Of course, some black scale stones were also fished out of the sea. The fire rock was formed by the movement of magma in volcanoes. It was usually mined from the surroundings of volcanoes. Wang Chaozong chose to cut the bee smoke stone first. His movements were not very practiced. In fact, it could even be said that he was very unfamiliar with it. However, he soon seemed to have found the technique to cut the stone and cut off the outer layer of the stone. The bee smoke stone is the stone that should be eliminated first. It is very difficult to cut out anything from this stone. Even if there is something inside, it will probably be destroyed 7 or 8 times out of 10. That's right. It is better to choose other stones than the bee smoke stone. However, these people seem to be novices. I think they are quite casual in their choice of stones. When they choose more stones and accumulate more experience, they will know how to choose stones. Many cultivators were discussing, and some of them looked like they were giving advice. The stone kept shrinking from a diameter of more than 1 meter to only 20 centimeters. Many of the onlookers felt that this situation was very normal. Stone gambling was originally about using small to win big. It was normal to not be able to cut out anything after hundreds or even thousands of times. Wang Chaozong was not disappointed at all. From the beginning to the end, he did not have any expectations of cutting out anything good from the stone. since he did not have any expectations. How could he be disappointed? Wang Chaozong cut down one last time. Only half of the stone was cut, and a purple lightning power shot out from the cracked stone. There is something in the stone. Many people exclaimed when they saw this. Not only was there something in the stone, but it was also very likely that it was something extremely extraordinary. It could actually shoot out purple lightning to attack Wang Chaozong. This was too shocking. Wang Chaozong's reaction was also extremely fast. He slapped his palm towards the thunderbolt, directly shattering it. An excited expression appeared on his face. Even though he didn't have much hope, seeing that he was about to cut out something, he was naturally very excited. Wang Chaozong looked at Lin Feng. "Be careful," Lin Feng said. Wang Chaozong nodded. At this moment, the hand holding the stone-cutting knife trembled slightly. Wang Chaozong carefully cut open the stone, revealing a piece of purple lightning that was about 10 centimeters long. The purple lightning would continue to shoot out bolts of lightning. Purple lightning wood. Someone had cut out the purple lightning wood. The purple lightning wood is a small piece of true spirit wood in the core of the purple lightning tree. The purple lightning tree is rumored to be a divine tree from the primordial era. It is a divine tree that is compatible with wood and thunder attributes. Since the end of the primordial era, the purple lightning tree has been extinct, and the purple lightning wood has also gradually disappeared. It is very difficult to pass it down. Not only can the purple lightning wood be used to forge wood and thunder attribute magic treasures, it is also said that cultivators who cultivate wood or thunder attribute cultivation techniques will increase their cultivation speed by 10 times if they wear the purple lightning wood. A cultivator cried out in shock. At this moment, he looked at the purple lightning wood in Wang Chaozong's hand and wished he could snatch it away. This treasure was worth at least 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. The deacon's face turned green. A wasp smoke stone that was worth 100 top-grade spirit stones was actually cut into a purple lightning wood that was worth more than 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. This business was naturally a huge loss. "Brother, you're rich." Yuan Hua and the others looked at Wang Chaozong enviously. Wang Chaozong still hadn't recovered from his shock. He just didn't want to dampen Lin Feng's mood. So he gritted his teeth and bought the 3 stones that Lin Feng had chosen for him. But now, a purple lightning wood that was worth more than 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones was actually cut out. This made Wang Chaozong feel as if he was in a dream. Wang Chaozong came back to his senses and looked at Lin Feng gratefully. He suddenly remembered that Lin Feng had said that even if an ancestor wanted to cut a stone for him, not only would they have to line up, but they would also have to pay a reward of the law. Could it be true? Although he felt that it was unbelievable, Wang Chaozong felt that he believed Lin Feng's words in the depths of his heart. Lin Feng signaled Wang Chaozong to continue cutting the second stone. Wang Chaozong took a deep breath, held the knife, and carefully cut the second stone, as if he was afraid of accidentally cutting the treasure in the stone. Many people were speechless when they saw Wang Chaozong carefully cutting the stone. Wasn't this guy too careful? It was already a great fortune to cut out a treasure from 3 stones. Did he want to cut out a treasure from every stone? Someone cut out the purple lightning wood in the first courtyard. This news quickly spread in the stone workshop of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Many people were shocked after hearing it. Many cultivators rushed outside because many people were interested in a supreme treasure like the purple lightning wood. This was a thunder and would dual attribute supreme treasure. It was a fatal temptation for cultivators who cultivated thunder and would attribute cultivation techniques. There were more and more cultivators in the first courtyard. Many people wanted to find the cultivator who had cut out the purple lightning wood to discuss the matter of buying it. After coming out, they found out that the other party was cutting the second stone. A cultivator asked the people around him who were watching the show, "Did the cultivator who cut the stone choose the stone? His luck is too heaven-defying, right? He actually cut out a treasure, like the purple lightning would in the low-grade stone area." The cultivator who was asked said, "He didn't choose it. It was the young master in white beside him who chose it. He spent 300 top-grade spirit stones for 3 stones, but he has already made a profit. To be able to cut out a treasure, like the purple lightning would, is simply the accumulated merit of our ancestors." That cultivator said. As soon as the cultivator finished speaking, a black fog rolled in the depths of the courtyard. "What's inside?" The cultivators outside couldn't see the situation inside and asked anxiously. Something else came out. The cultivators in the depths of the courtyard replied loudly. Black fog surged in the middle of the stone. It was something cut out from the black scale stone. Within the black fog, there was actually a mysterious black bone. On the surface of the bone, there were dense runes curling around it. Heavens! It's a demonic bone. Moreover, it's a demonic bone with runes imprinted on it. There must be an ancient divine ability recorded on it. Chapter 9:28. The runes on the demonic bone intertwined and emitted shocking waves of energy. It was just a piece of bone, but it could emit such powerful waves of energy and chi. It was hard to imagine what the runes on the bone had recorded. Many people guessed that it was an ancient spell, but of course, it could also be something else. They couldn't be sure until they studied it thoroughly. "Young friend, I'm willing to pay 3 million top-quality spirit stones for your demonic bone," said a white-haired old man. A white-haired cultivator arrived. He was definitely an expert with an unfathomable cultivation base. Normally, it was rare to see such a strong cultivator. But things were different now. The appearance of the immemorial godly stone in Holy Stone City had attracted many strong cultivators, so it was possible to see them from time to time. "Young friend, I'll give you a semi-finished Tao tool and 3 ancient spells in exchange for your demonic bone," said a white-haired old man. Another elder appeared. His attacks were extremely imposing. "Young friend, if you give me the demonic bone, I'll accept you as my last disciple and you'll inherit my legacy in the future," said a white-haired old man. The third old man arrived, and his identity was even more shocking. He was an antique who had lived for 6,000 years. After he appeared, the 2 patriarchs in front of him were slightly moved. "Thank you for your kindness, seniors. I still have a use for this demonic bone." After a short moment of excitement, Wang Chaozong regained his composure and put the demonic bone away. The 3 patriarch-level powerhouses frowned slightly, but they did not say anything because they had already guessed this outcome. Nobody would take out such a mysterious demonic bone so easily. "The third stone, I'll buy it for 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. What do you think?" said the white-haired old man. Many people were amazed by the old man's generosity. The third stone was a fire rock, and it was worth 100 top-quality spirit stones. The chances of getting something good out of it were very low. In the eyes of many people, Lin Feng was lucky to get 2 things out of the 3 stones he had chosen. Could his luck continue to be so good? Even Yuan Hua and the others tried to persuade Wang Chaozong to sell the stone. Wang Chaozong hesitated and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged and didn't say anything. Since he had chosen the stone for Wang Chaozong, it was Wang Chaozong's. Whether he sold it or cut it, it was up to Wang Chaozong to decide. Wang Chaozong said, "Senior, I'm sorry, but I don't intend to sell it." The old man nodded and didn't say anything else. At that moment, Wang Chaozong started cutting the third stone. The fact that the purple lightning wood and the demon bone were cut out from the first courtyard naturally caused quite a stir. Even if it was a high-grade stone, it would be very difficult to cut out such a good thing. But now, the other party had cut it out from a low-grade stone. This news quickly spread and attracted the attention of many people. Even the cultivators who were selecting stones in other stone workshops rushed to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's stone workshop. Everyone wanted to see who it was that had such good luck. Of course, there were also some people who wanted to buy the purple lightning wood and demon bone of the Yuhua's SSS. Could it be that someone is really that lucky? He cut 2 pieces of stone and got the purple lightning wood and the demonic bone. Jealousy appeared in Su Ling's eyes. He had cut 3 pieces of stone and spent hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, but he had only gotten 1 piece of blacksmithing material that was worth a few hundred top-grade spirit stones. This made Su Ling very depressed. How could he not be jealous when he heard that the cultivator in the first courtyard had spent 200 top-grade spirit stones to get 2 supreme treasures? Song Lengen said, "Let's go and take a look. I want to see if this person is really skilled or just lucky." The group quickly left this courtyard and headed outside. When they arrived at the first courtyard, they saw that it was completely surrounded. "Grandmaster Song is here. Everyone make way," someone shouted. Many people made way for Song Lengen, Su Ling, Lu Huaxian, and the others to enter. When they reached the center of the crowd, they were stunned. They knew Wang Chaozong, who had cut the stone. How is this possible? Lu Huaxian was in disbelief. She knew Wang Chaozong quite well and knew that he didn't know anything about stones. Now that Wang Chaozong had cut 2 supreme treasures, it was simply like a fantasy story. However, such an unrealistic thing had really happened. As for Su Ling, his expression was gloomy. He had previously humiliated Wang Chaozong, and now he saw that it was actually Wang Chaozong, a person he didn't even bother to look at, who had cut out the purple lightning wood and demon bone. Su Ling felt the flames of jealousy burning in his heart. How could such an ancient family, a mediocre cultivator from a mediocre power, have such good luck? On the other hand, he was a genius who had the guidance of a master like Song Lengen. He had spent more than 100 top-grade spirit stones, but he had only cut out a few hundred top-grade spirit stones. Comparisons were odious. That was what it meant. Now that he compared himself, Su Ling felt even more sullen. Of course, it was mainly because of jealousy. This was because Wang Chaozong's 2 supreme treasures could be sold for a sky-high price. Although Su Ling had an extraordinary background, he only had about 300,000 top-grade spirit stones on him. The number of top-grade spirit stones that Wang Chaozong had obtained after selling his items was probably more than what Su Ling could earn in his lifetime. How could Su Ling not be jealous? His gaze became colder. Kacha, suddenly a sound was heard. The stone-cutting knife touched something. It can't be, right? He cut out something again. Many people exclaimed in disbelief. 3 stones were cut out of 3 supreme treasures? The corners of the 3 ancestor-level experts' mouths twitched violently. They were experienced and knowledgeable. However, in their long lives, they had never seen such a thing. 3 low-grade stones worth 100 top-grade spirit stones were cut out of them. This was too unbelievable. Wang Chaozong's face was also filled with joy. He was about to cut the stone. Lin Feng said, "Take it back and cut it." Wang Chaozong was slightly stunned, but then he nodded. Lin Feng must have found something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped him. At this time, everyone looked at Lin Feng. "It's him, the 3 stones he chose." Someone shouted, and everyone looked at Lin Feng. The first treasure was luck. The second treasure was luck. Then, could the third treasure be luck? Obviously, the crowd didn't think so. That young master must have grasped an extremely shocking skill in identifying stones. Lu Huaxian's red lips were slightly open. She was obviously very shocked. At this moment, She remembered that in the ancient forest of fallen immortals, she had asked Lin Feng if he knew anything about stones. Lin Feng had said yes. At that time, she had wanted to ask Lin Feng to help identify the stone she had obtained after a narrow escape. Lin Feng had agreed, but because Su Ling had interfered and made fun of Lin Feng, he had said some nasty things about Lin Feng and Lin Feng. Both sides had almost had a conflict. Lin Feng had mediated between the two of them. However, Lu Huaxian felt that Lin Feng was so young. How could he have the ability to identify stones? Thus, the idea of asking Lin Feng to help identify the stone disappeared. Yesterday, a master like Wolf Lengen had seen that piece of stone. However, Song Lengen couldn't see anything special about the stone. Clearly, Song Lengen's skills were not enough. If I had known, I would have asked him to help identify the stone. Lu Huaxian regretted it. Lin Feng and the others walked out. There were more and more people here, so it wasn't good to stay. Many people wanted to ask Lin Feng to help, but Lin Feng rejected them all. Chapter 929. Lu Huaxian was as beautiful as ever. She was like a peerless fairy that had just walked out of a painting. No man seemed to be able to resist her pitiful and expectant gaze. Lin Feng said, "You think too highly of me. I don't know much about stones, so I'm afraid I'll ruin your plans." Lin Feng didn't stay and left with Wang Chaozong and the others. Lu Huaxian was stunned after being rejected by Lin Feng. Her face flushed red as she quickly turned and left. She had never been rejected before, and now that she had been rejected by Lin Feng in front of so many people, she felt ashamed. Su Ling quickly chased after Lu Huaxian. After returning to their residence, Wang Chaozong said, "Brother, it's all thanks to you that we were able to cut out these things today. I'll take 30 and you take 70. Lin Feng smiled and said, "These things belong to you, so just take them." Wang Chaozong could only nod when he saw Lin Feng's insistence. Wang Chaozong then asked, "Are you stopping me because there's an even more precious treasure in the third stone?" Lin Feng said, "I'm not sure if it's even more precious, but I can feel that many people have developed a greedy nature. It's not good to cut out the third stone in front of so many people. You can use the demonic bone to comprehend the divine abilities within. Once you've comprehended them, you can sell them together with the other two at the auction house. These things will only bring disaster to you if you keep them. Then you can write a letter and ask your clan's elders to take you back." Wang Chaozong naturally knew what Lin Feng meant. The things he had on him were too precious, and many people would covet them. "All right, I'll write a letter tonight," Wang Chaozong said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I still have things to do, so let's part ways. We'll meet again, if fate wills it." When they heard that Lin Feng was leaving, Yuan Hua and the others were very reluctant. They also hoped that Lin Feng would help them choose a few precious stones. But now that Lin Feng wanted to leave, their hopes were dashed. After the crowd sent Lin Feng off, Lin Feng headed towards the Qilian clan in the Holy Stone City. Back then, Lin Feng had helped Qi Lian Sun cut the stone. Qi Lian Sun and a large number of experts from the older generation had also invited Lin Feng to Saint Stone City to examine the primordial god stone. Now, Lin Feng planned to directly take a look at the primordial god stone. If possible, he wanted to cut a few primordial god stones to see if he could cut out any powerful treasures or shocking things. On the way, Lin Feng saw Lu Huaxian and Su Ling. When Lu Huaxian saw Lin Feng, she bit her red lips and hesitated for a moment. She then walked over and said, "If Lin Gongzi can help me take a look at the stones, I'm willing to pay you 100,000 top-quality spirit stones." From Lu Huaxian's point of view, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones was already a huge amount of wealth. Even the inheritors of ancient powers would find it difficult to take out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. In the face of such a huge temptation, Lin Feng wouldn't refuse, would he? Moreover, it was just taking a look at the stones. It would be over quickly. However, Lu Huaxian clearly didn't understand Lin Feng's character. Lin Feng said indifferently, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones isn't a small amount. You can ask the Stone King Xian Yuanlong to help you, but my abilities are limited. You found the wrong person. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked off into the distance. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Lu Huaxian bit her red lips. That man had actually rejected her twice in a row. Lu Huaxian had suffered a huge blow. Boy, stop right there. Suddenly, Su Ling shouted coldly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Su Ling's two guards blocked Lin Feng's path, like ghosts. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Su Ling looked arrogantly at Lin Feng and said, "A cultivator, like you doesn't even have the right to talk to Xian Er. Today, you actually dared to reject Xian Er's request. Aren't you shameless?" Lin Feng immediately narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Lu Huaxian wasn't a domineering person. When she heard Su Ling's words, she couldn't help but feel disgusted with him. She said coldly, "Young Master Su, this is my business. It has nothing to do with you, so please don't interfere." Hearing Lu Huaxian's words, Su Ling's face darkened. He was protecting Lu Huaxian, but Lu Huaxian didn't appreciate it. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Didn't you hear what Fairy Lu said? Why aren't you scramming? Lin Feng coldly looked at the two cultivators blocking his path. Su Ling sneered and said, "Boy, who do you think you are? How dare you ask my guards to scram? Teach him a lesson. Let him know that there is always someone better than him." "Young Master Su, you're going too far," Lu Huaxian said coldly. When Su Ling saw that Lu Huaxian was still protecting Lin Feng, he immediately burned with jealousy. He said, "Xian Er, this is between me and that boy. It has nothing to do with you." Then Su Ling shouted, "What are the two of you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it." "Yes, young master," Su Ling's two guards responded. Then, one on the left and one on the right, they punched Lin Feng. The two of them were experts at the 10th stage of the Yin Yang realm. Su Ling's identity was not ordinary, so his family had sent such a powerful expert to protect him. "You're courting death." Lin Feng's facial expression suddenly looked glum. He was facing the two people's attacks, and he threw a punch at them. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive dull sounds of collision were heard. Su Ling's 2 guards looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Their arms were broken, and their chests caved in. They fell to the ground and vomited blood. Lin Feng had beaten the 2 of them half to death with one move. Lu Huaxian was very surprised. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. She had known Lin Feng for a while, but she didn't know much about him. The man in front of her was full of mysteries. Su Ling's expression was extremely gloomy. His voice was filled with dense killing intent. "Boy, you actually dared to beat my subordinates so miserably. No one in the world can save you." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura spread out from Su Ling's body. The power of a creation realm cultivator was fully displayed. "Look, they're fighting over there. That person seems to be Su Ling, the genius of the Su family in the Lingyun continent. He's at the 4th stage of the creation realm. His cultivation is unfathomable, and it's said that he has awakened a special constitution. Who is that boy?" He actually angered Su Ling. "I'm afraid he's in trouble now." "So he's Su Ling? I've heard of him before. It's said that when he was 8 years old, he drank the blood of a divine beast and didn't die. Since then, his constitution was improved by the divine blood, and he had a meteoric rise. The cultivator who offended Su Ling seems to be at the Yin-Yang realm. He's probably dead now. Killing is forbidden in Holy Stone City, so there's no need to worry about being killed by Su Ling. However, Su Ling will probably break his limbs. Chapter 930. Young Master Su, can we end today's matter here? Lu Huaxian asked. This kid injured my guard. No one can save him. Su Ling's eyes were cold. What if I insist on protecting Lin Gongzi? Lu Huaxian stood in front of Lin Feng, her body emitting a powerful aura. Lu Huaxian was a goddess of heaven. She was also in the creation realm. That girl is Lu Huaxian, right? Why is the number one beauty of the Lingyun prefecture protecting that kid? Some cultivators asked in astonishment. The matter in front of them was not a simple conflict. Something else seemed to be involved as well. I heard that Su Ling is pursuing Lu Huaxian. Could it be that Lu Huaxian and that young cultivator are together? So Su Ling has a grudge and wants to take revenge? Some cultivators said. This explanation satisfied many people's curiosity. Many people nodded, thinking that this was the reason. Seeing that Lu Huaxian was protecting Lin Feng, Su Ling was on the verge of exploding. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, Kid, do you only know how to hide behind a girl? What a coward. You want to hide, but I'm afraid that Lu Huaxian won't care about you, Lin Feng said indifferently. Su Ling almost vomited blood after hearing Lin Feng's provocation. His eyes were gloomy, flashing with cold, killing intent. I can crush a nobody like you with one hand. That's all you've got. If you want to hide, just hide. I don't think you can hide forever. You coward. You better pray you don't see me, or I'll crush you like an ant. Su Ling said fiercely with all kinds of contempt and mockery. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. Lin Gongzi, ignore this person. I'll send you away. Lu Huaxian said. Lin Feng felt that Lu Huaxian was not bad. It was obvious that she did not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with Su Ling to protect him. Her heart was still very kind. Lin Feng replied, Thank you for your kind intentions, but someone wants to crush me to death. I want to see if that person really has the ability to do so, or if he's just bragging. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stepped forward. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to go against Su Ling, Lu Huaxian immediately became anxious. Although Lin Feng had his own unique skills in identifying stones, his cultivation level was much lower than Lin Feng's. Lin Feng was only at the Yin-Yang realm. Su Ling was at the fourth layer of the creation realm. The two people's strength was simply as different as heaven and earth. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were talking about Su Ling and Lin Feng. Wasn't Lin Feng courting death by rushing forward so recklessly? However, Lin Feng was so determined and resolute that Lu Huaxian did not know how to dissuade Lin Feng. Thus, Lu Huaxian could only be anxious. When the surrounding onlookers saw that Lin Feng was about to go against Su Ling, many of them became excited. Could it be that this brat wants to show off in front of Lu Huaxian? Is that why he wants to fight Su Ling? But the difference between him and Su Ling is so big. Isn't rashly courting death? That brat shouldn't be so stupid, right? Some cultivators muttered. They felt that there was something strange about this matter. Good timing. When he saw Lin Feng walk out, Su Ling immediately felt proud and laughed sinisterly in his heart. If Lin Feng did not come out, there was nothing he could do. But now that Lin Feng had come out, Su Ling had absolute confidence in himself. Su Ling felt that he had 1,000 ways to play Lin Feng to death. Boom! Su Ling went up and slapped Lin Feng with his palm. Su Ling wanted to beat Lin Feng half to death first before ruthlessly torturing Lin Feng. although the Holy Stone City had a rule that forbade killing. But it did not say that one could not humiliate or torture others. He wanted to ruthlessly humiliate this brat, torture this brat, and make him lose all face. He wanted to make Lin Feng fear him every time he saw him. Su Ling seemed to have already seen the scene of Lin Feng kneeling and begging for mercy. However, in the next moment, Su Ling suddenly felt as if his body had been hit by an immemorial mountain. Su Ling regained his senses. It turned out that his palm attack had missed, and he had been hit in the abdomen by that brat. At this moment, Su Ling felt an unimaginable pain spread through his entire body. Wah! Su Ling flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, and his body twitched violently. What's going on? All the onlookers were completely dumbfounded. They had thought that Lin Feng was going to be beaten half to death by Su Ling, but in the face of Su Ling's attack, Lin Feng had easily dodged it. Then his fist landed heavily on Su Ling's body. Instead, he had beaten Su Ling half to death. How had that brat dodged Su Ling's attack? That was what everyone was puzzled about. Su Ling was at the fourth firmament of the creation realm. When he attacked, he had already locked onto that brat. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a yin-yang realm cultivator to dodge Su Ling's attack. But in reality, he had successfully dodged it. Could it be that he was lucky? Many people felt that it was very possible. In fact, that was the only explanation. They did not believe that Lin Feng, who was at the yin-yang realm, could defeat Su Ling, who was at the fourth firmament of the creation realm. In this world, there might really be a yin-yang realm cultivator who could defeat Su Ling, but such a cultivator would definitely be famous in the 3,000 prefectures. But who knew Lin Feng? Even Lu Huaxian had a shocked expression on her face. Was it luck or strength? Lu Huaxian's beautiful eyes stared intently at Lin Feng. She was puzzled. From Lu Huaxian's point of view, Lin Feng was shrouded in a mysterious halo. That kind of mystery made Lu Huaxian want to get closer to Lin Feng and dig out his secrets bit by bit. Ah! Su Ling roared and crawled up from the ground. At this moment, Su Ling's hair was disheveled, and there was blood on his clothes. His body was also covered in mud. It was a stark contrast to his previous handsome and confident image. Su Ling's handsome face contorted in anger. What a humiliation! It was really a great humiliation. He was a prodigy of his generation. He was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a lowly cultivator. Su Ling wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng apart. Brat, I'm going to trample you under my feet. I'm going to ruthlessly humiliate you, shouted Su Ling furiously. He immediately threw himself at Lin Feng. He only had one thought now, and that was to take revenge on Lin Feng. 10 times. He would take revenge 100-fold. Only then could he quell the anger in his heart and wash away the endless humiliation that Lin Feng brought to him. Demon God Fist. Su Ling roared and charged at Lin Feng. Divine light shot into the sky from his left, and demonic aura surged from his right. Su Ling was like a demon and a god. He punched at Lin Feng. This demon god fist actually showed the shadow of a demon god. If this punch landed on Lin Feng's body, even if his body was tempered by the Archean dragonesque elephant art, he would probably be severely injured. Chapter 9:31. Demon God Fist. That's an immemorial divine ability. Su Ling is worthy of being called a genius. He even knows an immemorial divine ability. He's even using an immemorial divine ability. Su Ling clearly wants to kill him in one hit. That brat was lucky enough to dodge Su Ling's attack, but now that Su Ling has used the Demon God Fist, he won't be able to dodge it, right? Many people were discussing. Everyone looked at Su Ling with a solemn expression. The aura of Su Ling's Demon God Fist was too strong. It made everyone tremble in fear. They were only spectators, and the demon god fist wasn't targeted at them. Even so, the demon god fist made them feel pressured. Now that Lin Feng was attacked by the demon god fist, how much pressure would he have to endure? The pressure was probably unimaginable, right? Can Lin Feng block Su Ling's attack? Lu Huaxian's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Feng. Now, Lu Huaxian was already suspicious of Lin Feng. She felt that Lin Feng should be very terrifying, but he was just pretending to be weak. He didn't reveal his true strength. However, if you really thought that he was easy to bully, then you would be gravely mistaken. If Su Ling still couldn't defeat Lin Feng after using the demon god fist, then Lu Huaxian could be sure that Lin Feng had been hiding his true strength. The demon god fist carried a boundless aura as it attacked Lin Feng. What a powerful, immemorial divine ability. When Lin Feng felt the power of the demon god fist, he was extremely shocked. If the laws in Su Ling's body were on par with his, then the demon god fist might have been able to threaten him. From this, it could be seen how powerful the demon god fist was. But now, Su Ling was only at the 4th stage of the creation realm, and he only had 27 laws in his body. Compared to Lin Feng, the difference was like heaven and earth. In the face of Su Ling's attack, Lin Feng didn't even need to use his divine art. He simply lifted his right hand and slapped at Su Ling. You think you're better than others. You think you can look down on everyone with your little bit of strength. I have to say, you're really just a frog at the bottom of a well. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's palm had already slammed down. It was as if Mount Tai was crashing down. Su Ling's condensed, godly demon fist was instantly shattered by Lin Feng's palm. Then, Lin Feng's attack landed heavily on Su Ling's chest. As if struck by lightning, Su Ling was sent flying by Lin Feng's attack. Wow! In midair, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. This attack caused Su Ling to be severely injured. He fell to the ground, his body twitching. The entire street was dead silent. At this moment, all the cultivators who were watching the show were dumbfounded by what was happening before them. It was as if they had seen a malicious spirit run to Holy Stone City during the day. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. So he was hiding his cultivation before Lu Huaxian's beautiful eyes lit up. She looked as excited as a navigator who had discovered a new continent. Lin Feng walked over and stepped on Su Ling's chest. Bastard, you dare to step on me? Let me go. Su Ling's face twisted as he roared in anger. He had never suffered such humiliation before. It made him want to go crazy. Stepping on you is already a light punishment. Right now, I'm thinking of crippling your limbs or crippling your dantian first. Lin Feng looked at Su Ling in a condescending way, the corners of his mouth raised in an ice-cold way. Su Ling's face suddenly revealed a trace of horror. He could feel that Lin Feng wasn't joking at all. He really wanted to cripple him. Lu Huaxian said, "Lin Gongzi, today's matter is all a misunderstanding. There's no need for us to make such a big deal out of it, right?" Lin Feng looked at Lu Huaxian with a smile that wasn't a smile. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated Lu Huaxian. He had also thought that Lu Huaxian was too naive and simple. In reality, how could a woman like Lu Huaxian be naive? After meeting Lin Feng's gaze, Lu Huaxian suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken. It was a feeling of panic after the secret she had hidden deep in her heart was discovered. Lu Huaxian slightly avoided Lin Feng's gaze. "All right, I'll give Fairy Face today." Lin Feng immediately lowered his head and looked at Su Ling. He said, "Since Fairy Lu has pleaded for you, I'll give you a chance today. Let's see if you can grasp this opportunity." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Ling, who was originally very worried, could finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as he agreed to Lin Feng's conditions, he would be safe. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng's words made Su Ling's expression turn extremely ugly. Your primordial divine demon fist is not bad. I've taken a liking to it. Give me the cultivation manual, Lin Feng said with a smile. You're asking too much. Su Ling said with a gloomy expression. You can choose not to agree, but I can also choose to cripple you. Lin Feng said indifferently. You're acting like a bandit. You're taking advantage of someone's perilous situation. You're too despicable and shameless. Su Ling was so angry that he kept roaring. He originally wanted to curse a few times, but fortunately, he still had some rationality left and didn't say anything. Lin Feng said indifferently, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'll ask you one last time. Will you give me the cultivation manual of the divine demon fist? No matter how unwilling Su Ling was, he had no way out at this moment. Take it. Su Ling gritted his teeth, took out a scroll, and threw it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the scroll and looked through it carefully. There was no problem with the contents of the scroll, and Su Ling didn't play any tricks. He put the scroll away. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. This guy, he actually dared to so brazenly take someone else's primordial divine ability. That was an primordial divine ability. Any primordial divine ability was incomparably precious, and its value was unimaginable. Countless cultivators had entered the great swamp, barged into the demonic abyss, fought evil beasts, and fought evil spirits in order to obtain an primordial divine ability. However, Lin Feng had easily taken advantage of Su Ling's primordial divine ability, and he had succeeded. Many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. They wanted to immediately take the scroll away, but when they thought of Lin Feng's terrifying strength, they quickly suppressed their crazy thoughts. Scram! Lin Feng kicked Su Ling and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Su Ling got up from the ground and left in a sorry state with the help of 2 guards. Brat, just you wait. This matter won't end like this. Su Ling roared hysterically in his heart. Chapter 932. Lin Gongzi, why don't we find a place to talk? Lu Huaxian asked. This time, Lin Feng didn't refuse. He nodded and left with Lu Huaxian. What an exciting battle of love. No wonder Lu Huaxian got together with that brat. He's too strong. Su Ling is nothing in front of him. Yeah, Su Ling thought he had that brat in his grasp. Who knew that the brat would play dumb and beat him half to death? This could be written into a novel and told by the storytellers in the tea houses. It would definitely attract a lot of customers. Seeing Lin Feng and Lu Huaxian leave, many people started discussing. These people started imagining things. Moreover, this kind of gossip spread very quickly. Not long after, there really were storytellers in restaurants and tea houses talking about this matter. Of course, this was all in the future. Lin Feng and Lu Huaxian arrived at an elegant tea house. After the two sat down, Lin Feng looked at Lu Huaxian with a faint smile and said, I really couldn't tell that fairy was such a scheming person. Lu Huaxian's face turned slightly red, and an apologetic expression appeared on her face. She stood up and bowed to Lin Feng, saying, Xian was really annoyed by Su Ling. I hope that Sir can forgive Xian Er's actions today. Lu Huaxian was about to cry as she spoke. Lin Feng didn't believe that Lu Huaxian would shed real tears. This woman was very two-faced. Lin Feng already knew that Su Ling was pursuing Lu Huaxian. Moreover, Lu Huaxian's relationship with Su Ling wasn't bad. Although she didn't accept Su Ling, she didn't reject him either. Lin Feng thought about what happened today and realized that something wasn't right. The reason seemed to be because he refused to look at the stones for Lu Huaxian. Su Ling stood up for Lu Huaxian. Moreover, the conflict between the two of them became more and more serious to the point of fighting. When Su Ling wanted to deal with him, Lu Huaxian stood up for him. She even ruthlessly told Su Ling, "This matter has nothing to do with Su Ling. Tell Su Ling not to interfere." Lin Feng originally thought that immortal Lu Hua was not bad. She did not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with Su Ling to protect him. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was not right. Logically speaking, Lu Huaxian's relationship with Su Ling was much more than her relationship with him. If there was a conflict, there was a high probability that Lu Huaxian would stand on Su Ling's side. However, Lu Huaxian was on his side. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Lu Huaxian was a woman with a strong sense of justice, but this assumption wasn't valid either. Even though Lu Huaxian's sense of justice was off the charts, with Lu Huaxian's wisdom, the best way to persuade Su Ling was to use some gentle words to persuade Su Ling, but not to coldly reprimand Su Ling, as if saying that if Su Ling dared to touch Lin Feng, they would cut off all ties. Su Ling had always been a jealous person. Seeing Lu Huaxian protecting Lin Feng, how could he stand it? All of his rationality vanished in an instant. Thus, Lin Feng felt that Lu Huaxian had done it on purpose. She had purposely angered Su Ling, causing the conflict between him and Su Ling to deepen. If this wasn't black-bellied, then what was? If it wasn't for Lin Feng being used to deception, he wouldn't even know that he had been tricked by Lu Huaxian. Seeing that Lin Feng only smiled without saying anything, Lu Huaxian said with tears in her eyes, "Xian Er's family is only an ancient family. Ever since this Su Ling met Xian Er, he has been pestering Xian Er. His family's influence is enormous, and his mother's family is also an ancient power. How could a small family like ours dare to offend him? If this Su Ling was a righteous person, then Xian Er would have given herself to him. However, this Su Ling's character is sinister, jealous, and merciless. Someone like him might be able to hold Xian Er in his hands when he pursues Xian Er, but once he obtains Xian Er, he will definitely abandon Xian Er. Xian Er has seen too many people like him, and I can already guess what kind of tragic ending will await Xian Er in the future. Seeing that young master is like a god descending from the heavens, Xian Er knew that young master would definitely be able to help Xian Er get rid of this person. Thus, Xian Er carefully planned everything. However, I didn't expect young master's eyes to be as sharp as a torch, instantly seeing through Xian Er's thoughts. Now, Xian Er only hopes that young master can forgive Xian Er. As long as young master can forgive Xian Er will agree to any request. Speaking until here, Lu Huaxian blushed, as if she was hinting something to Lin Feng. Humans live in this world. Most of the time, they have no choice. We don't live for ourselves. We also have to live for our family and loved ones. For example, Lu Huaxian could fall out with Su Ling for him. However, what about her family? Do you know what is the most precious thing to a woman? Lin Feng stood up and looked at Lu Huaxian. Lu Huaxian's face immediately turned red. She stuttered, finding it hard to speak. Lin Feng looked at Lu Huaxian's expression and knew that she had guessed wrong. Lin Feng helplessly shook his head and said, "It's tears. A woman's tears are the most painful, but also the most precious thing. I won't blame you for what happened today, because Su Ling has long been an eyesore to me. Taking care of him is something that will happen sooner or later. Let's part ways here." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Lu Huaxian said, "Young master, can you help Xian or take a look at the stone?" Lin Feng indifferently said, "Of course I can take a look at the stone, but no matter what is cut out of the stone, half of it must belong to me." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Lu Huaxian immediately looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She clenched her teeth and placed her hands on her waist, saying, "Why don't you just rob me?" Her current fierce appearance was poles apart from her previous poetic and picturesque image. However, she now had a hint of playfulness and cuteness. Lin Feng smiled and said, "If you don't want to agree, perhaps you can sleep with me for 10 days, and I'll help you take a look at the stone. How about it?" After saying that, Lin Feng's gaze faintly looked at some of the more sensitive parts of Lu Huaxian's body. Lu Huaxian felt as if a pair of large hands were caressing her body, causing her sensitive body to slightly tremble. Her face reddened, and she angrily shouted, "Stinky pervert! Do you believe that I won't gouge out your eyeballs?" As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly used her hands to block the surging waves. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I was just joking with you. You don't have to react so violently, do you? Let's get back to the main topic. If I'm not wrong, this stone of yours is related to the Shadow Beast, right?" "How did you know?" Lu Huaxian's expression slightly changed. Immediately after, she said in shock, "That night, did the Shadow Beast really chase after us? Were you the one who scared it away?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "The more precious a stone is, the more you can't carelessly cut it. If nothing comes out, then it's fine, but if you cut something that shouldn't be cut out, then it's terrifying. Who knows how many people will be killed? Think about it carefully and see if you want my help. If you understand, then you can go to the Chilean clan to find me." Lin Feng left and headed towards the Chilean clan. The Chilean clan's mansion was thousands of acres in size. It was extremely large and had countless guests. Of course, this wasn't the Chilean clan's ancestral land. No one knew where the true core of the ancestral land was. However, the Chilean clan in Holy Stone City was also filled with experts. There was even an ancient tycoon, Qi Liansun, personally overseeing it. Lin Feng arrived outside the Chilean clan's mansion, but he was stopped by someone. "Kid, the Chilean clan is not to be trespassed. Leave," the guard said in a deep voice. Lin Feng was about to state his purpose for coming. Suddenly, the sound of a beast's roar came from the distance. More than 10 strange beasts were rushing towards them. More than 10 young men jumped off the strange beasts. Chapter 933. Lin Feng had seen the 5th prince of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, Huangfu Qingming. They had fought in the heavenly tribulation beast territory. Huangfu Qingming was at the 6th celestial layer of the fortune realm. There was another person standing next to Huangfu Qingming. It was Huangfu Qingqiu, the eldest prince of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Nay, at that moment, a dozen flying horses came from another direction, pulling an ancient chariot. A person came down from the chariot. It was Luo Yuchen, the genius of the Luo clan in Yuezhou. Roar, a dragon's roar was heard. In the distance, a flood dragon pulled a chariot. Mu Zikuan, the descendant of the Cave of Time, arrived. Then many strange beasts surrounded by divine flames flew into the sky. Nangong Bieli, the descendant of the house of the Void God, arrived. They were all geniuses. They were all very strong. They had all achieved outstanding results in the battle of the geniuses of the 3,000 provinces. In the distance, celestial music could be heard. Dozens of beautiful maidservants in white dresses flew in front of a flower chariot. The fragrance of flowers filled the air. A beautiful woman came down from the flower chariot. She was still wearing a veil. She was as cold as the moon. Xue Lingyu was also there. She's so beautiful. Many people on the street looked at Xue Lingyu. They couldn't see her face because she was wearing a veil. However, everyone had already been subdued by her temperament. Why are all these top geniuses here at the Chilean clan? Did something happen? Someone asked. Actually, Qi Lianjie invited them. Rumor has it that Qi Lianjie left 10 years ago. He said he wanted to return to nature, like a monk. He traveled alone in the endless sands. Is he back now? It seems like he's back. Back then, Qi Lianjie's cultivation was already extremely heaven-defying. Many people thought that he would shine during the Tianjiao competition, but who would have thought that he would enter the endless sands and cultivate alone? But now, since he came out from the endless sands, his cultivation must have reached an unimaginable level. Many people were talking about Qi Lianjie. It was obvious that many people admired him. Back then, when he was at the Yinyang layer, he could kill high-level fortune realm cultivators. That was why he was so famous. If he hadn't disappeared for 10 years, presumably his reputation would be much greater than his current one. Lin Feng heard the discussion of some people and remembered the name Qi Lianjie. He had never heard of Qi Lianjie. This was because Qi Lianjie had swept through the younger generation 10 years ago. Lin Feng was only 13 years old at that time. He was confused. Naturally, it was impossible for him to have heard about Qi Lianjie. During the 10 years when Qi Lianjie disappeared, geniuses emerged in large numbers, such as Huangfu Qingtian. The new generation replaced the old. There was no lack of geniuses in the 3,000 provinces. Everyone's attention would naturally be on the newly risen top prodigies, who would pay attention to a person who had already disappeared. These top prodigies greeted each other. At this time, a group of people came from the Qilian clan. It was for a deacon named Qi Lianfu. This deacon was the great deacon of the Qilian clan's outer court. It was said that he was originally a slave who raised spiritual beasts. Later on, because he hooked up with a young master of the Qilian clan, he was promoted step by step. Greetings, young masters. Qi Lianfu paid his respects to the geniuses from the top clans. Tip: these top prodigies knew how to act. Their subordinates took out the gifts they had prepared in advance and put them in storage bags, then handed them to Qi Lianfu. Thank you, young masters. Qi Lianfu smiled and put away the treasures. Then, the group of people walked into the Qilian clan. Suddenly, a gloomy and angry voice filled with killing intent sounded. Boy, it's you! It's you! When Huangfu Qingming saw Lin Feng, his eyes were full of anger. Lin Feng patted his clothes and said, So what if it's me? What do you want? Shui Lingyue Mu Zikuan, and the others looked at Lin Feng. They were confused. Who was this boy? He was just an Yinyang cultivator. Why was Huangfu Qingming gnashing his teeth when he saw him? It shouldn't be. Huangfu Qingming was at the 6th layer of the creation realm. He could kill this boy with one palm strike. But now, Huangfu Qingming's expression was filled with hatred and fear. Could it be that this guy was hiding his cultivation, and he had a conflict with Huangfu Qingming, and Huangfu Qingming had suffered a loss? All kinds of thoughts flashed through their minds. However, Shui Lingyue and the others looked like they were watching a good show. In any case, they weren't afraid of making a big deal out of it. The bigger the trouble, the better. Who is he? Huangfu Qingchong asked. Huangfu Qingming whispered. He's the one in the heavenly tribulation beast territory. Huangfu Qingchong's eyes flashed coldly. Many of the Yuhua celestial dynasty's young experts had died in the heavenly tribulation beast territory. They had all been killed by one person. It was Lin Feng. The two sides met. It could be said that when enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. Who is this person? Qi Lianfu muttered in his heart. Looking at Huangfu Qingchong and Huangfu Qingming, it was obvious that Lin Feng wasn't a simple person. How had Qi Lianfu been able to climb from a servant to his current position? Not only was he smooth and slick, but he was also good at reading people's expressions. Qi Lianfu asked the guards around him, and one of them said, "I don't know, he just arrived." Is he also a guest of the first young master? It's just that the first young master didn't invite such a person. Qi Lianfu was very puzzled. They weren't the only ones who were puzzled. Even Shui Lingyue, Mu Zikuan, Nangong Bieli, Luo Yuchun, and the others were puzzled. Lin Feng had obviously come to the Qilian clan, but who had invited him? Qilian Jie? That didn't seem right. Qilian Jie's gathering was a small one, and only a few people had been invited. Obviously, Lin Feng wasn't among them. Then who was it? Was it another young master of the Qilian clan? Brat, you've got guts. You offended the Yuhua celestial dynasty, yet you still dare to come to Holy Stone City. Huangfu Qingchong sneered. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Isn't the Yuhua celestial dynasty a power of the immortal continent? What? Is Holy Stone City also part of the Yuhua celestial dynasty's territory?" When Lin Feng said this, many people's expressions changed. Holy Stone City was part of the Qilian clan's sphere of influence. Although there were many other powers, most of them were subordinate to the Qilian clan. Lin Feng's words were actually saying that the Yuhua celestial dynasty had even subdued the Qilian clan. This was indeed a crucial point. The Qilian clan's strength wasn't inferior to the Yuhua celestial dynasties. If Huangfu Qingqiong said, yes, the two powers might immediately fight to the death. Brat, don't try to sow discord and ruin the relationship between the Yuhua celestial dynasty and the Qilian clan. Huangfu Qingqiong said with a gloomy expression. Qi Lianfu was so scared that his back was covered in cold sweat. He muttered in his heart, where did this brat come from? He dared to say anything. He hurriedly tried to smooth things over and said, the young masters are angry. The first young master is still waiting inside. Please don't let him wait for too long. Then Qi Lianfu looked at Lin Feng and asked, may I know which young master this young master wants to see? I'm not here to see the Qilian clan's young master. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Then, who did you come to the Qilian clan to see? Qi Lianfu asked doubtfully. Lin Feng is here to visit, Lin Feng shouted. Chapter 934. Is this kid crazy? He actually dares to shout like this outside the Qilian clan? Isn't he afraid of disturbing the cultivation of the Qilian clan's ancestors? Moreover, the ancient overlord level expert, Qi Liansun, is also inside the clan. Isn't offending an ancient overlord like Qi Liansun a dead end? Shui Lingyue, Mu Zikuan, and the others were also astonished. Huangfu Qingqiong and Huangfu Qingming were slightly stunned, but then they sneered. Qi Lianfu was so scared that his entire body was trembling. If he disturbed the ancestors' cultivation, he might even be implicated. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura surged out from the depths of the Qilian clan. More than a dozen cultivators flew over. One of them was the ancient overlord expert, Qi Liansun. There were also a few ancestor-level figures, each with a tyrannical and unfathomable cultivation. Among these ancestor-level figures, some were from the Qilian clan, and some were Qi Liansun's friends. The ancestor has personally appeared. Could it be that the ancestor is angry because he was disturbed? He personally came out to deal with that young master? Qi Lianfu couldn't help but think. He only felt bitter in his heart, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. He prayed in his heart that he wouldn't be involved in this matter. Great, let's see how this kid dies. Huangfu Qingchong and Huangfu Qingming both had sneers on their faces, disturbing the cultivation of an ancient overlord. Wasn't this courting death? He couldn't blame others for courting death. They couldn't wait to see Qi Lian Sun slap Lin Feng to death. That would also save them a lot of trouble. This guy is finished. Shui Lingyue, Mu Zikuan, Nangong Bieli Luo Yuchen, and the others all shook their heads. They felt that Lin Feng's ending might be very bad this time. The ancient overlords didn't even want a reason to kill. Not to mention, Lin Feng had even disturbed an ancient overlord. In the distance, Qi Lianjia and the other young juniors of the Qilian clan also flew out. Where did this brat come from? He's so reckless to make a ruckus outside our Qilian clan. Even the ancestor is furious now. How are these guards doing their jobs? How can anyone get close to our Qilian clan? If they encounter suspicious people, they should drive them out. This wouldn't have happened. The most important thing right now is to calm the ancestors' anger. The juniors of the Qilian family were discussing as they flew out. However, they were still discussing how to appease the old ancestors' anger. Then something happened that made them extremely astonished. Even before Qi Lian Sun arrived, his voice had already traveled out. I've been waiting for the moon and the stars. My little friend has finally arrived. Hoping for the moon and the stars to come. Was it really Qi Lian Sun, a powerhouse at the level of an ancient giant? Did I encounter a fake Qi Lian Xuan? Many people naturally knew that it wasn't a fake Qi Lian Xuan, but it was precisely because of this that they felt shocked, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Who is that kid? How could he possibly have such prestige? Everyone was stunned. Qi Lianxuan arrived in front of Lin Feng and grabbed Lin Feng with both hands. His face was full of excitement, which was absolutely true. All the juniors of the Qilian family were stunned. They were all dumbfounded. No one had expected such a thing to happen. How could the old ancestor be so enthusiastic about a cultivator who was younger than them? Qi Lianfu, who had been worried about his future and was trembling with fear, suddenly had his eyes lit up. Damn, who is this young man? Why is the old ancestor so enthusiastic about him? Qi Lianfu didn't care who this person was, but he knew that he was safe now. He let out a long sigh. We haven't seen each other for half a year, but you're still as elegant as ever, said Lin Feng with a smile. Ha ha, my little friend, you flatter me. Come, let me introduce you to some friends. These two are the two great elders of the Qilian family, Qi Liangu and Qi Lianyi. We've been friends for a long time. The two of them cupped their fists and smiled. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. This is the great elder of the Cavern of Time, Zhang Dingtian. This is the great elder of the Cavern of Moonwater, Mo Shiyu. This is the great Xia Empire's Jian Shichang. This is the Taisher Dao sex, Zhang Daoling. This is the Falling Star sex, Guo Tianming. After the introductions, both sides cupped their fists and greeted each other. However, at that moment, a strange voice sounded. Brother Qi Lian, this kid is only in his early 20s. So what if he's quite strong? Is he qualified to be treated like this by us? Is he qualified to be on equal footing with us? Which one of us isn't an old ancestor of a sect? If a mediocre cultivator like him is on equal footing with us just because he knows how to discern stones, where will we put our faces? Said Guo Tianming with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Qi Liansun's expression suddenly sank. Qi Liansun was about to say something, but Lin Feng had already stepped forward. He let out a long howl and said, Guo Tianming, your name isn't very good. Who can predict destiny? Even the ancient gods didn't dare say that they knew their own destiny. What's that kid doing? Shui Lingyue and the others were astonished. Lin Feng was actually mocking an old ancestor. Wasn't that too audacious? Did he want to die? Kid, you dare mock me? Said Guo Tianming gloomily. Mock. I'm not mocking you. I'm just telling you that you have to change your name today. I won't allow you to be called Guo Tianming. Lin Feng put his hands behind his back. The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. Asking an old ancestor to change his name? Wasn't this a slap to the old ancestor's face? No one thought that Lin Feng would dare to say such words. You're courting death. Guo Tianming roared and slapped at Lin Feng. He's making his move. An old ancestor is making his move. Let's see how that kid dies. Huang Fu Qingchong and Huang Fu Qingming's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng sneered. Guo Tianming, you dare to show off in front of me with your little strength? Today, I'll let you know my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stepped forward in the air. Oh, the great Tao of death. In this mortal world, there are lowly ants who disrespect the Tao of death and blaspheme the dignity of the Tao of death. Please descend with the power of death and punish this lowly creature. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound shook the sky. A large river. It flew over from the outer realm. It pierced through the real world and the world of death. The large river lingered around Lin Feng's body. The power of death descended upon the world. Everyone felt that when the large river appeared, their lives began to flow away rapidly. Hurry up and retreat. Many experts' expressions suddenly changed. Even the old ancestor level experts' expressions changed slightly. That long river of death was too terrifying. Lin Feng was like a god of death descending upon the world. He stepped on the air and walked forward. The long river of death traversed the sky. Bang! Chapter 935. How is this possible? Exclamations of disbelief rang out one after another. Even top geniuses like Shui Lingwei, Mu Zikuan, Nangong Bieli, Huangfu Qingqiong, and Luo Yuqin were far from reaching the level of a patriarch. However, Lin Feng had sent Guo Tianming flying with a single move. Is this guy pretending to be weak? Only then did the crowd come back to their senses. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng in a different way. He was someone who could suppress a patriarch. The world of cultivators. Age didn't matter. Lin Feng was young. Lin Feng was strong. Originally, Qi Liansun and his patriarch-level friends were on good terms with Lin Feng because they valued Lin Feng's ability to identify stones. In the future, they might need Lin Feng's help. But now, they saw Lin Feng as someone on the same level as them. Heroes don't ask about their birth. Experts don't ask about their age. Everyone knew that Lin Feng, who was just in his early 20s, had amazing potential. Little brat, I'll take your life. Guo Tianming, who had been humiliated, roared angrily. The aura in his body rose wildly. He jumped up and charged at Lin Feng again. Both of you are my friends. Give me some face today, and let this matter end here. How about it? Qi Liansun stepped forward and released a gentle force, separating Lin Feng and Guo Tianming. The cultivators of the ancient giants were powerful. They easily separated the two. Today, I'll give Brother Qi Lian some face, and spare this brat for now. Guo Tianming said with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, You should be lucky. You don't have to change your name today. Shui Lingwei was amused. She looked at Lin Feng curiously. How could this guy be so infuriating? Looking at Guo Tianming's expression, she knew how angry he was. I'm too lazy to argue with you, said Guo Tianming while glancing at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng looked indifferent and didn't say anything. Young friend, please come in. Qi Liansun invited him. Senior, please. Lin Feng made a gesture. The group of people entered the Qi Lian clan. At this time, everyone came back to their senses. Who is that guy? He actually has the strength to suppress an ancestor. He's so young, yet he's able to talk to an ancestor as an equal. There's no lack of monsters in this world. Who knows what kind of terrifying existence he will become in the future? Many people had seen Lin Feng and Guo Tianming's battle. They were all astonished. Even now, they were still talking about it. The news spread like wildfire as if it had grown wings. Many ancestor-level cultivators were even more moved. Ever since they saw the little stone saint in the immortal town, they were shocked. Now, many ancestors were waiting for the little stone saint to come to Holy Stone City. The little stone saint is really worthy of being called a god. Not only does he have a deep understanding of stone materials, but he also has the strength to suppress ancestors. How powerful will he be in the future? Maybe he will become a god in the future. Thinking about this, the ancestors of the major forces couldn't hold back their excitement. They quickly went out of their rooms and asked people to prepare a carriage. They were going to the Qi Lian clan to see the little stone saint. Lin Feng followed Qi Lian Sun and the others to the living room. A beautiful maidservant served the spirit tea. Young friend, how does the spirit tea taste? Qi Lian Sun said with a smile. Lin Feng took a sip and suddenly felt a fragrance fill his mouth. Before the spirit tea entered his stomach, a tyrannical spirit energy began to flow in his body. Good spirit tea. It could make one's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, good spirit tea was also very precious. Good tea. I've never tasted spirit tea with such astonishing spirit energy. Lin Feng said, Brother Lin, don't you think each leaf looks like a dragon swimming in the water? Qi Lian said with a smile. Now that Lin Feng's strength surpassed Guo Tianming's, these ancestors considered Lin Feng as an existence of the same level. They called him Brother Lin. Qi Lian Sun was an eternal overlord, so he still called Lin Feng young friend. If an ancestor called Lin Feng young friend, it would be too arrogant. Lin Feng carefully observed, and it was just as Qi Lian said. The tea leaves looked like dragons. Could it be the dragon spirit tea? Lin Feng thought of a legendary tea leaf and couldn't help but be surprised. While Qi Lian Sun was entertaining Lin Feng, Qi Lian Jie's small gathering also went on as scheduled. Everyone was talking about Lin Feng at the gathering. Shuelingwei asked, Brother Qi Lian, who is that young master Lin Feng? Qi Lian Jie smiled bitterly and said, I don't know, and I've never heard anyone talk about him. However, he seems to be acquainted with the ancestor, so he should be a friend of the ancestor. Many geniuses' mouths twitched slightly. In the eyes of outsiders, these people were high and mighty figures. They were even stronger than many of the older generation's experts. Wherever they went, they were like stars surrounding the moon. However, after seeing Lin Feng today, they all felt uncomfortable. In the eyes of the ancestors and eternal overlords, they were still juniors. Juniors like them had to pay respects to the ancestors and eternal overlords. However, Lin Feng looked even younger than them. But now he was already on the same level as the patriarchs and ancient giants. Although they felt uncomfortable, they didn't feel jealous. When the gap between them was too big, they couldn't be jealous anymore. Luo Yuchen said, Brother Huangfu, you seem to know that kid? Huangfu Qingchong and Huangfu Qingming's expressions turned gloomy, but they didn't answer. Seeing the brothers' ugly expressions, they didn't continue asking. After leaving the Qilian clan, Huangfu Qingqiong said in a deep voice, Is the cultivator who fought with third brother also called Lin Feng? Huangfu Qingming said, That's right. Does Big Brother think that this Lin Feng is the Lin Feng who fought with Third Brother for 10 years? No way. That Lin Feng should be very weak, and the desolate region is so far away from the star region. What is he doing here? We'll know if it's true after we find someone to investigate. Investigate. We must find out everything about this kid. Huang Fu Qingqiong said coldly. Yes, I'll tell my subordinates to find out his identity as soon as possible. Huang Fu Qingming said. Okay. Huang Fu Qingqiong nodded. Chapter 936. In the main hall, Qi Lian Sun smiled and said, That's right, it's dragon spirit tea. It's produced from an ancient tea tree, and it's extremely rare. There are only a few dragon spirit trees in a forbidden zone, and they produce very little dragon spirit tea every year. They're sold by the leaves, and a single leaf is worth more than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng was speechless. That price was too high. It was frighteningly expensive. But when he thought about it, every year the people who came to pick the dragon spirit tea had to risk their lives. Who knew how many people had to die to pick the dragon spirit tea? There was a reason why the dragon spirit tea was so expensive. Senior, you're a very particular person. Lin Feng smiled. Qi Liansun said, I only have 2 hobbies, stone gambling and tea tasting. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Lin Feng said, hobbies are the most precious things. Without hobbies, life would be too boring. Senior, you have 2 hobbies, and I can't wait to envy you. How could I dare to make fun of you? Haha, you're right. Hobbies are indeed things to cherish. Qi Liansun couldn't help but laugh. Yuan Chang said, Normally, when we come to see Elder Qi, he's not willing to take out dragon spirit tea to entertain us. Today, we're able to drink dragon spirit tea because of Brother Lin. Everyone laughed and chatted for a while. In the eyes of outsiders, these old ancestor-level figures and ancient giants were high and mighty. In front of Lin Feng, they were very amiable and approachable. This was the so-called social circle. People who didn't belong to the same social circle couldn't blend in with others. People who didn't belong to the same social circle always felt mysterious and unfathomable. But when they did blend in, the people they came into contact with might be different from what they imagined. These patriarchs and ancient powerhouses were high and mighty in the outside world. They didn't talk or smile, and they all looked dignified. But in their own social circles, they also joked with each other. Lin Feng said, Recently, more and more strong cultivators have come to Holy Stone City for the primeval godstones. I wonder when they'll appear. How many are there? Qi Lian Sun said, Something happened on the way, so the primordial godly stone arrived late. But according to the news we received, the matter has been resolved. I estimate that the primordial godly stone will be transported to Holy Stone City in half a month at most. Lin Feng said, I recall that you also transported 3 primordial godstones back then. May I know where they are now? Qi Lian Sun said, Actually, those 3 pieces of stone were mixed up with the eyes of fishes. Although they were extremely precious and could be passed off as genuine, they weren't genuine primordial divine stones. Lin Feng nodded. He guessed that the various powers that organized the sacred stone debate this time were worried that the primordial godstones would be stolen, so they let experts like Qi Lian Sun transport fake primordial godstones to disturb the other party. Young friend, you can stay in our Qilian family for a while. If possible, I hope you can help us choose some stones. Of course, we know the rules. Qi Lianshuan said. Lin Feng's rule was that if he wanted to choose a stone, he could. Use the laws. Lin Feng said indifferently, There's no problem with choosing stones, but the rules need to be changed. Young friend, what do you mean? Qi Liansun looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Lin Feng said, While the primordial godly stone is here, I will choose 3 stones every day. The highest bidder will win. Qi Lian Sun nodded and said, with your ability, there's no problem. I will help you take care of this matter. Thank you, Senior. Later, I will choose a few stones for you for free. Lin Feng smiled. The other ancestors looked at Qi Lian Sun enviously. They had all heard of Lin Feng's ability to choose stones. Qi Lian Sun was probably going to strike it rich this time. A few stones didn't necessarily mean that every stone could be cut into something good. Only one stone could be cut out. It was enough to be priceless. Qi Lian Sun revealed a happy expression. He had spent so much effort to help Lin Feng. Firstly, he wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Feng. Secondly, he wanted to see if Lin Feng would feel that he had worked hard, and then help him choose a few stones. Now, it seemed that Lin Feng really knew how to deal with people. Young, powerful strength, emotional intelligence, and such a high level. Qi Lian Sun was looking forward to what level of expert Lin Feng would grow into in the future. Jin Chengwu, the ancestor of the Jin Cheng family, requests an audience. Situ Haojia, the ancestor of the Situ family of Changzhou, requests an audience. Mu Hongba, the ancestor of the Snow Eagle sect of the Nanshan region, requests an audience. At this moment, voices came from outside one after another. They were all old ancestor-level powerhouses. These people seemed to have heard the news and rushed over. Qi Lian Sun said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled and said, regarding the auction, Senior will need to personally explain it to them, and it's not convenient for me to participate. Little friend, don't worry. Qi Lian Sun nodded. Then he ordered Qi Lian Yi and Qi Lian Gu to go and welcome the ancestor-level experts. In Holy Stone City, there were many ancestor-level experts sitting in divine chariots. All kinds of strange beasts were pulling the divine chariots towards the Qi Lian family. What's going on? Why are so many ancestor-level experts heading to the Qi Lian family? Many people were extremely puzzled. You don't know about this? It's rumored that the little stone saint is already in the Qi Lian family. The little stone saint, is it the monstrous genius who suppressed Tianming? That's right, it's him. He's really a god. His ability to identify stones is unparalleled in the world. He's called the little stone saint, and his strength is so terrifying. I really don't know how he cultivates. Many people were discussing and sighing with emotion. There was going to be another monstrous genius in the world. In a few years, the once-a-decade battle of the 3,000 provinces would begin again. That little stone saint was probably going to shine, right? He might even be able to kill his way into the top 10. At that time, he would be the center of attention. Lin Feng met with the ancestor-level cultivators. They exchanged pleasantries. At night, Qi Lian Sun held a banquet to entertain the ancestor-level cultivators. Of course, Qi Lian Sun didn't forget to guide the younger generation of the clan and let them see the world. More than a dozen outstanding younger generation of the Qi Lian clan were also called over. They served tea and water for these old seniors and waited on the side. But obviously, the focus was on Lin Feng. The younger generation of the Qi Lian family saw Lin Feng, who was a few years younger than them, being surrounded by a group of ancestor-level cultivators. It was an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Originally, many people were very proud, but now they all put away their pride and made a decision to cultivate diligently. Obviously, these people had been stimulated by Lin Feng, and their fighting spirit had been aroused. Perhaps this was the reason why Qi Lian Sun called them over and had them serve him here. Qi Lian Sun, this kind of ancient giant, had also come from a young age. He naturally knew how to encourage the younger generation of the clan to put away their pride and cultivate diligently. After the banquet, Qi Lian Sun brought Lin Feng to a courtyard to rest. Qi Lian Sun and the ancestor-level cultivators moved to the guest hall to discuss matters. Lin Feng had just finished tidying up and was about to rest when he received a report from a servant. Lin Feng was puzzled. Who would send him a letter in the middle of the night? Chapter 937. Lord Lin, Red River Street, Misty Rain House. Meet you tonight. Just a few simple words. At the end, there were 3 words. Lu Huaxian. Lu Huaxian asked me to meet in the middle of the night. Has she thought it through? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He felt that something was off. Moreover, this Lu Huaxian was so beautiful that it was suffocating. However, she was too two-faced. If he didn't guard against her, he might be tricked. Of course, Lin Feng was bold because of his skills. If Lu Huaxian dared to play any tricks, he wouldn't mind forcing himself on her to punish her. After all, if he didn't sleep with such a beautiful woman, she would be taken advantage of by other men sooner or later. Lin Feng felt that he was too evil. However, he was a man. If he didn't have any thoughts after seeing a beautiful woman, could he still be considered a man? Red River Street was very famous in Holy Stone City because it was a river in the city. On both sides of the river, weeping willows formed a forest. There were many brothel boats in the river. This was one of the most famous brothels in the city. A high-class brothel like Myriad Flower House was only accessible to people of high status. The brothel boats in the Red River were for ordinary people. Moreover, the girls in Myriad Flower House only sold their skills and not their bodies. They went there to play elegantly. There were also many beautiful girls on the brothel boats in the Red River. As long as you paid, you could play with them however you wanted. Not everyone liked to play elegantly. Misty Rain House was a very famous brothel in the Red River. Lin Feng didn't know why Lu Huaxian would ask him to meet here. However, no matter what Lu Huaxian's goal was or what tricks she might play, Lin Feng didn't care. This was because he had absolute confidence in his own strength. In Lin Feng's opinion, in front of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were useless. Young master, we have many beautiful ladies here. They come in all shapes and sizes and can satisfy any of your needs. What kind of lady are you looking for? A young woman swayed her slender waist as she walked over and asked coquettishly. Lin Feng said, I'm looking for Lu Huaxian. Is she a lady here? Could it be that you are young Master Lin? Asked the woman with a smile. Lin Feng nodded. The young woman replied, Please follow me, Lin Gongzi. Lin Feng followed the young woman to a room on the 4th floor of the Misty Rain Tower. Miss, Lin Gongzi is here. The young woman said from outside. All right, you can leave now. Lu Huaxian's voice came from inside. Yes. After the young woman received the order, she complied and left. At this moment, Lu Huaxian's voice rang out again. Lin Gongzi, please come in for a chat. Although he didn't know what Lu Huaxian was up to, how could a man like Lin Feng be afraid of a woman like Lu Huaxian? He pushed the door open and entered. The room was decorated in a pink color, and it emitted a faint fragrance. The room was divided into an inner and outer room. There was no one in the outer room, while a charming figure could be vaguely seen on the bed in the inner room. It should be Lu Huaxian. Lin Feng closed the door and said with a faint smile, The more I interact with Lu Huaxian, the more shocked I am. I didn't think that Lu Huaxian would be involved with this brothel. Could it be that nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth? Lu Huaxian coldly snorted. Lin Feng said, I heard that Lu Huaxian is the #1 beauty in the Lingyun prefecture and has countless admirers. Do your admirers know that Lu Huaxian is such a carefree person? Lu Huaxian was as beautiful as a fairy in front of the world, a woman who was as beautiful as a poem or a painting. She was so perfect that no one could find a single flaw in her. However, the Lu Huaxian in front of Lin Feng was a different Lu Huaxian. She said whatever she wanted to say, and she could even curse. It was a complete contrast to her original otherworldly image. However, Lin Feng could understand that many people had two versions of themselves in their hearts. One was the version in other people's eyes, and the other was the version in their own eyes. As for the version in their eyes, they wouldn't normally show it to others. But now, Lu Huaxian was only showing the version in her eyes to Lin Feng. Lu Huaxian said, "Say whatever you want. No one will believe you anyway. It seems like you're a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water. After I exposed your true face, you revealed your evil side." Lin Feng curled his lips. "You're the pig. You're the evil one." Lu Huaxian said unhappily, "This Misty Rain Tower isn't a simple brothel. Why did you invite me here? What are you scheming against me for?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Lu Huaxian said, "Don't slander a good person, okay? When did I scheme against you?" After a pause, Lu Huaxian said, "What do you think is wrong with this Misty Rain Tower?" Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "It's a rather strange feeling, but I can't pinpoint exactly what's wrong." Lu Huaxian said, "Your intuition is really sharp. The Misty Rain Tower is indeed hiding a secret. Do you want me to tell you?" "Not interested," Lin Feng said indifferently. Lu Huaxian choked and said angrily, "If you're not interested, then why are you talking about the Misty Rain Tower?" Lin Feng said, "I'm happy to do so." The sound of Lu Huaxian gnashing her teeth came from inside the room. It was obvious that Lu Huaxian was trying her best to suppress the anger in her heart. Lin Feng said, "Do you have something to say or not? If there's nothing, I'll leave first. My time is very precious, and I don't want to waste it here." "Of course there's something." At this moment, Lu Huaxian walked out. The Lu Huaxian in front of him was completely different from the Lu Huaxian he saw before. The original Lu Huaxian was dressed in snow-white clothes and had an otherworldly aura. Now, Lu Huaxian was wearing a pink gauze dress. Some of the key parts of her body were even faintly discernible. She was full of seduction and provocation. Her eyes were charming. Her actions were frivolous. She completely displayed the charm of a woman. If there was a word to describe the current Lu Huaxian, vixen. That was the best word to describe her. "What are you trying to do? Seduce me?" Lin Feng fiercely glanced at Lu Huaxian's hot body. "If I said that I invited Lin Gongzi here today to seduce Lin Gongzi, would Lin Gongzi believe me?" said Lu Huaxian while smiling. She then walked towards Lin Feng while swaying her hips. This Lu Huaxian was not only two-faced, but she was also full of secrets. Lin Feng even suspected her background and identity. "So what if I believe you? So what if I don't?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "If you believe me, then I'll have sex with you tonight. If you don't believe me, then I have a way to make you believe me." Lu Huaxian said sweetly, "I don't believe you." Lin Feng said. Chapter 938. It was impossible for him to not have any thoughts when such a delicate and seductive body was sitting in his arms. However, Lin Feng was extremely confused. Even if Lu Huaxian was two-faced and had two different personalities, she wouldn't sacrifice so much to seduce him, right? But the reality was that Lu Huaxian was sitting in his arms, twisting her fiery body, extremely seductive. Lin Feng wasn't a man who could sit still, but Lin Feng was rational. He felt that something was wrong. Between a woman and rationality, Lin Feng would obviously choose rationality. If it was another man, he might not be able to resist the temptation and directly press Lu Huaxian on the table for a good show. But Lin Feng's self-control was very strong. This was because Lin Feng had experienced more than just one or two women. So when facing a peerless beauty like Lu Huaxian, Lin Feng was still able to control his inner desires. It's a long night. Shouldn't we do something? At this time, Lu Huaxian, who was in Lin Feng's arms, suddenly spoke. Her phoenix eyes were blurred, as if she was waiting for him to do whatever he wanted. No, there's definitely a problem. Lin Feng felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. This was the most terrifying thing. Lin Feng simply closed his eyes and activated the immemorial dragon-esque elephant art to calm himself down. Gradually, Lin Feng's mood calmed down. Then, Lin Feng activated the heavenly demon snake's eye. The power of the heavenly demon snake's eye poured into Lin Feng's eyes. Shua shua. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Lu Huaxian, who was sitting in his arms, disappeared. The pink room also turned into an ordinary room. And Lu Huaxian, who was wearing a white dress, was still sitting not far away like an otherworldly fairy. She looked at him in astonishment, as if she didn't think that he would be able to recover from the charm technique. Who? Lin Feng took a deep breath. The worldly 3,000 years was really just a dream. I knew something was wrong, and my guess was right. Lin Feng's voice was faint, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. No one knew what Lin Feng was thinking right now. You. Lu Huaxian wanted to say something. She had too many doubts, too much shock, and too much confusion. Her ancient and powerful divine ability was actually broken by Lin Feng. This was the great bewitching technique, one of the 3,000 great Daos, a divine ability that had never failed before. Fairy Lu, you're really a scheming person. Lin Feng said indifferently. Lu Huaxian said, Lin Gongzi's methods are truly shocking. Now we can sit down and have a good talk. It's just that she doesn't look like she's in the mood to talk. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and densely packed runes interweaved, sealing off the entire room. What a powerful spiritual array. You're also a spirit array master. Could it be that you want to attack me by sealing off the room? The Misty Rain Tower is even more terrifying than I imagined. Lu Huaxian didn't seem to be worried that Lin Feng would attack her. I sealed the room to prevent the walls from eavesdropping. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and walked to Lu Huaxian's side. Lu Huaxian's body tensed up, as if she was guarding against Lin Feng. However, when she saw that Lin Feng didn't intend to attack, she relaxed a lot. Now, can you tell me about your other identity and the power behind the Misty Rain Tower? Lin Feng said indifferently. Lu Huaxian was the young miss of the Lu family in the Lingyun prefecture. However, it was obvious that Lu Huaxian had another identity. Perhaps even her family didn't know about this identity. Lu Huaxian said, the power behind the Misty Rain Tower is called Heaven. Heaven? What kind of power is that? This is the first time I've heard of it. Lin Feng muttered. Have you heard of the 9 underworlds? Lu Huaxian asked. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds assassin dynasty had a long history. Lin Feng had even been assassinated by the 9 underworlds assassins twice. However, both groups of assassins had been killed by Lin Feng. It had been a while since the 9 underworlds assassins had come looking for him. However, Lin Feng knew that the 9 underworlds assassins would definitely appear again. As long as the 9 underworlds assassins accepted a mission, they would complete the mission no matter the cost. Nine Nether's reputation was second to none among the various assassin organizations because of their perseverance and professionalism in never giving up until they killed their targets. Lin Feng said, "Now that you mention the nine underworlds, could it be that Heaven is also an assassin organization?" "That's right. Heaven is an assassin organization. Back then, the nine underworlds assassins were only a branch of Heaven. However, the nine underworlds assassins betrayed Heaven and poisoned more than 10 of Heaven's top figures. Then, they took advantage of the fact that Heaven's headquarters had not received any news and organized a gathering. During the gathering, they poisoned a large number of Heaven's middle and upper echelons." Lin Feng said, "The best way to climb up the ranks is to get rid of the power above you. The nine underworlds assassins were able to get rid of the giant Heaven and replace it. It's not easy. For countless years, the nine underworlds assassins have been encircling and suppressing Heaven's cultivators. Heaven's cultivators could only conceal their identities. After so many years, Heaven is no longer an assassin organization. However, the Heaven's cultivators have not forgotten the unforgettable hatred. The blood of their ancestors cannot be spilled in vain." Lu Huaxian said. "So, what does this have to do with me?" Lin Feng asked indifferently. Lu Huaxian said, "Heaven already knows your identity. The nine underworlds assassins have tried to kill you. Unless you die, the nine underworlds assassins will continue to send experts after you. You guys are very efficient with your elimination. So, what do you want to do? Rope me into Heaven?" Lin Feng said with a faint smile. "I do have such a plan. What do you think? You can tell me." Lu Huaxian said. "What benefits do I get from joining Heaven?" Lin Feng asked. "Missions. Heaven has many missions, but don't worry, they aren't missions to kill people. If you complete these missions, you can even obtain the 3,000 Great Das." Lu Huaxian said, 3,000 Great Das. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "The charm technique you used just now almost made me lose myself. Could it be the great charm technique of the 3,000 Great Das?" "That's right. It's the great charm technique. This is the reward I received for completing a mission," Lu Huaxian said. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems like you completed an unbelievable mission to obtain such a terrifying ability. May I know what kind of mission you completed?" "According to the rules, I can't say." Lu Huaxian stood up and said, "If a new mission appears, I'll contact you." Lu Huaxian obviously wanted to see him out. Lin Feng also stood up, but he didn't leave. Instead, he quickly pulled Lu Huaxian's hot body into his embrace. Lu Huaxian struggled violently. Her beautiful face was pink. She was anxious, embarrassed, and angry. She said coldly, "What are you doing? Let go of me." "Didn't you say you wanted to have sex with me?" Lin Feng smiled and looked at Lu Huaxian's beautiful face. This woman used the great charm technique on him. She obviously didn't have good intentions. Lin Feng felt that he should teach Lu Huaxian an unforgettable lesson. Otherwise, would this woman really think that he had a good temper? "I was just joking with you," Lu Huaxian said anxiously. She wanted to push Lin Feng away, but she felt that her body was powerless. Chapter 939. If you dare to go overboard, I won't let you off. Lu Huaxian was completely flustered. She had never had such contact with a man before. This made her unusually angry. However, her body was weak, and she didn't have much strength to resist. "Why won't you let me off? In terms of strength, you're not my match, but in terms of connections, I can call a group of patriarchs to work for me in a matter of minutes." Lin Feng said with a smile. He pinched Lu Huaxian's delicate face. "It felt pretty good. You bastard. Lu Huaxian shouted with a red face. She raised her leg and aimed it at Lin Feng's most vital part. Lin Feng clamped his legs. He directly clamped Lu Huaxian's long legs. Lin Feng said unhappily, "You're going to ruin my happiness for the rest of my life. I'll cripple you. How many sisters can I save? I'm doing this on behalf of the heavens." Woo-woo. Before Lu Huaxian could say the word Dao, her eyes widened. Her expression was filled with disbelief. For a moment, she was completely stunned. She was actually forcefully kissed. Her first time. It was taken away just like that. Lu Huaxian only felt that the power in her body was beginning to condense. She just wanted to slap Lin Feng to death, this bastard who dared to take advantage of her. When Lu Huaxian's palm came, Lin Feng was already quickly retreating. Lu Huaxian's palm missed, and she staggered, almost falling to the ground. Lin Feng said, "Be careful, okay? If you're so careless, my heart will ache." "You bastard, you bastard." Lu Huaxian quickly wiped her lips, as if she wanted to wipe away all the breath that Lin Feng left on her lips. "I gave my first kiss to you. This is your fortune from your previous life." Lin Feng's face didn't turn red at all. "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? I'm going to kill you." As Lu Huaxian finished speaking, a treasured sword appeared in her hand. Said Lin Feng, "You plotted against me first. If someone else had plotted against me, I would have slapped them to death. I just had a taste of your lips. That's all. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss over such a small matter? Do you want to kill me? You're still talking, you bastard. I'll chop you to death." The furious Lu Huaxian wielded her sword and slashed towards Lin Feng, but Lin Feng easily dodged her attack. Then Lin Feng ran out of the room. Lu Huaxian chased after him with her sword. Lin Feng shouted, "She's trying to kill her husband. Bastard, I'll kill you." Lu Huaxian chased after him like a tigress. Many people were pointing and gossiping. Lin Feng said, "Do you think it's easy for me? Ever since I married this tigress, I have no freedom, no pocket money, and no status. It wasn't easy for me to save up some money, but this tigress came looking for me. Who can save me? I'm so pitiful. F***CK. Your wife is so beautiful, and yet you're still looking for other women. Are you blind? That's right, brother. It's not that I want to criticize you, but with such a beautiful wife, what's wrong with suffering a little? It's worth it. Don't talk about living like a slave. I'm even willing to live like a dog. Brother, hurry up and apologize to your wife. How can you bear to make such a beautiful wife angry? Sister, your husband is really a scumbag. He's already someone with a family background, yet he still goes out to whore. Why don't you dump him and come with me? I'm a good man. I don't gamble or whore. Moreover, I'm handsome and elegant. Many brothel patrons started talking at once. Some tried to persuade Lin Feng, while others tried to poach Lin Feng. "Shut up, I'm not his wife." Lu Huaxian shouted angrily. She directly slashed a dozen times at the brothel patrons who were talking at once. Many people tried to dodge, in a sorry state. The stairs in all directions were cut down, and many people fell down, dizzy. Some unlucky brothel patrons were even injured by the sword qi. They cried and screamed miserably. Seeing Lu Huaxian being so unreasonable, the brothel patrons were scared half to death. How could they dare to say anything? "Wife, if you're angry, take it out on me. Why do you have to hurt innocent people?" Lin Feng shouted loudly. "Lin Feng, you shameless bastard." Lu Huaxian slashed at Lin Feng. 100-meter-long sword light condensed and slashed at Lin Feng. "Oh my God, she's trying to kill him. No wonder this brother has such a beautiful wife and is still looking for other women. No matter how beautiful she is, he wouldn't dare to want her. Many brothel patrons trembled when they saw Lu Huaxian's 100-meter-long sword light. They were all praying for Lin Feng. Ah! Lin Feng screamed miserably. He seemed to have been sent flying by the 100-meter-long sword light. "You're trying to kill your husband?" Someone shouted loudly. "Shut up," Lu Huaxian said coldly. The brothel patrons were so scared that they immediately shut their mouths. They didn't dare to say another word. Lu Huaxian ran out. However, she discovered that Lin Feng was nowhere to be seen. It was obvious that Lin Feng's scream when he was slashed by the sword light was a lie. Thinking of this, Lu Huaxian couldn't help but scream angrily, "Lin Feng, you bastard, I won't let you off. Just you wait." At this moment, Lu Huaxian was truly a tigress. Holy Stone City was very lively at night. It could be said that Holy Stone City was a city that never slept. It's said that a batch of dark night stones has appeared in the stone workshop. They can only be taken out and cut at night. Let's go and take a look. A few cultivators were discussing the dark night stones. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of the dark night stones. He couldn't help but become interested. He also walked towards the stone workshop. On the way to the stone workshop, they passed by a market square. Every night, this market square would be very lively. This was because many cultivators would come to the market square to set up stalls and sell rare treasures. If one's eyesight was good enough, they would be able to find many good things in the market square. At this moment, in a corner of the market square, the sisters Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingwei had set up a stall. There was a sign in front of them. On the sign, it said, "If you want to buy healing panacea, you can use Yuan meteor stones to exchange for it." The sisters were very tired. It seemed that they had experienced many things during this period of time. They were both mentally and physically exhausted. Many people were pointing and whispering because this pair of sisters was really too eye-catching. There were also people who came to talk to them. However, the content of their conversation wasn't about exchanging healing panacea. Instead, they asked dirty questions such as, "How many spirit stones do the sisters need for a night?" "Young master, look, there's a pair of beautiful sisters over there." At that moment, a group of more than 10 people walked over from afar. A young master was surrounded by a group of people. Suddenly, one of the servants pointed at Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingwei in the corner of the market square. Seeing that the sisters were so alluring, the young master became even more envious. A lustful gaze immediately appeared in his eyes. Chapter 940. The group of people quickly arrived at Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu's stall. "How should I address you two beauties?" The young man's name was Tai Tsong Hao, and he narrowed his eyes as he looked at the beautiful sisters. Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu had seen many playboys like Tai Tsong Hao come to strike up a conversation with them. Qiao Tingyu coldly replied, "If the young master wants to use healing pills to trade with us, then let's just talk about it. If the young master wants to ask about something else, then forgive me for not being able to answer." One of the servants coldly shouted, "Impudent! You know who our young master is? Our young master is the young master of the Tai Tsong clan. Talking to you right now is already giving you face, yet you still dare to put on an act in front of our young master?" After hearing the words Tai Tsong clan, many people's expressions changed. The Tai Tsong clan was a famous power in the Star Province. There were two major powers in the Star Province. One was the Chilean clan, and the other was the Tai Tsong clan. The Chilean clan controlled Holy Stone City, Tiandu City, Qianluo City, and 56 other cities. On the other hand, the Tai Tsong clan controlled Starstone City, Black Ridge City, Eternal Destruction City, and 45 other cities. Although the Tai Tsong clan was slightly weaker than the Chilean clan. It was still a major power in the Star Province. Even the Chilean clan was somewhat afraid of this power. In the Star Province, no one dared to offend the Tai Tsong clan. Clearly, Chao Tingyu and Chao Ting-yu had also heard of the Tai Tsong clan. However, this was Holy Stone City, not the Tai Tsong clan's territory. Thinking up to there, the sisters calmed down. Tai Tsong how enjoyed the envious, jealous, and fearful gazes of the people around him. He looked at Chao Tingyu and Chao Tingyu with a smug expression and said, "Now you know this young master's identity, right? This young master has taken a liking to the two of you. If you follow this young master in the future, I guarantee that the two of you will enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth." Many people looked at Tai Tsong how with disdain. This guy's brain was filled with lust. Did he think he was amazing just because he came from an ancient power? Did he think he could capture the hearts of these two sisters just by revealing his identity? He was too full of himself. Chao Tingyu coldly said, "Young master, please conduct yourself with dignity." "Oh, what do you mean? Are you rejecting this young master? I've always been someone who cares about women, but since you two sisters don't know what's good for you, I don't mind forcing myself on you." Ha ha ha. Tai Tsong Hao laughed complacently and waved his hand. The horse-faced servant behind him, who should be his trusted aide, understood his every move. He shouted, "Catch these two girls." Yes. In an instant, over a dozen guards surrounded Chao Tingyu and Chao Tingyu. "Isn't Tai Tsong Hao being too arrogant? How dare you do such a heartless thing as abducting a civilian girl so brazenly?" "That's right, arrogant. Too arrogant. This is Holy Stone City, not the territory of the Tai Tsong family. I really don't know how many atrocities Tai Tsong Hao has committed in the territory of the Tai Tsong family. The Tai Tsong family is so powerful that even the Chilean family has to be wary of them. To put it bluntly, do you really think the Chilean family will be unhappy with the Tai Tsong family over these two girls? It's because of this confidence that Tai Tsong Hao is so fearless, right? The disciples of these large families view human lives as worthless than grass. Is there anything they won't do? Many people began discussing. Everyone knew that it would be difficult for the sisters to escape today. Boom. Tai Tsong Hao had many experts by his side, including 4 Creation Realm experts. These 4 Creation Realm experts weren't Tai Tsong Hao's guards. Instead, they were the Tai Tsong family's consecrators. However, they had a good relationship with Tai Tsong Hao. Since they had come out with him, they decided to act together and capture the 2 girls. When the time came, they would discuss it with Tai Tsong Hao and enjoy it together. With Tai Tsong Hao's temperament, he definitely wouldn't refuse. Tai Tsong Hao wasn't a good person. Birds of a feather flock together. So it was obvious that the people with Tai Tsong Hao weren't good people either. These 4 Creation Realm cultivators were obviously jackals of the same tribe as Tai Tsong Hao. When the 4 thought that they would soon be able to enjoy the beautiful sisters, they were extremely excited. Chao Tingyu and Chao Tingyue were only at the 3rd or 4th heavenly layer of the yin-yang realm. How could they be a match for these cultivators? The 2 of them took out the ancient bronze hairpin that Lin Feng had given them. The ancient bronze hairpin was activated, protecting the 2 of them as they resisted the attacks of the group with great difficulty. However, the 2 of them couldn't maintain the ancient bronze hairpin for long. Soon, they felt that the magic power in their bodies was about to be exhausted. Their faces also turned pale. It looks like the sisters will fall into Tai Tsong Hao's hands. If they really fall into Tai Tsong Hao's hands, they won't have a good ending. Many people shook their heads as they looked at Chao Tingyu and Chao Tingyue with pity. Some people were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to help Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyue. However, when they thought of the terrifying power of the Tai Tsung clan, they gave up. Whoever offended a giant like the Tai Tsung clan wouldn't have a good ending. Even if they wanted to save someone, they had to know their own limits, right? Overestimating one's own strength was the same as throwing away one's life. Naturally, no one would throw their lives away. Kacha, kacha. The defensive light barrier created by the ancient bronze hairpin had already begun to shatter. The two sisters' faces became increasingly pale. The magic power in their bodies had already dried up. Little beauties, don't worry. This young master will take good care of you. Tai Songhao let out a lewd laugh. For creation realm cultivators, there were also 12 yin-yang realm guards. They condensed into an even more powerful attack and shot forward. Bang! This attack once again landed on the defensive light barrier. Crack! In the next moment, the defensive light barrier shattered. Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyue were forced to retreat. Little beauty, just give up and let us capture you. A creation realm cultivator leaped out and stretched out his right hand. A monstrous amount of magic power surged out and suppressed Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyue. The two sisters' faces were as pale as paper as they retreated in an extremely sorry state. They wanted to fight back. However, the magic power in their bodies was exhausted. How could they still have the ability to fight back? In their eyes, there was only fear and helplessness. Many people shook their heads and sighed. There were many people who wanted to make a move, but no one actually made a move. They didn't dare to offend the Tai Tsung clan. Right now, they could only feel pity for the tragic fate of the two sisters. Just as the creation realm cultivator was about to suppress Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyue, suddenly a sword chi tore through the air and slashed forward. It was like a sword from a flying immortal. Pooh! Accompanied by an incomparably mournful scream. The creation realm cultivator's right hand was directly chopped off. Blood immediately gushed out. Whoosh! Everyone looked in the direction where the sword chi came from. A young man in a snow-white robe was walking over. Chapter 941. Someone really dared to make a move. It's a young cultivator. He actually cut off the arm of a creation realm cultivator from the Tai Tsung family. This is a huge grudge. Although killing is forbidden in Holy Stone City, there's no rule against fighting. If the Tai Tsung family catches that brat, they might even cut off his limbs. When everyone saw that the attacker was actually a young cultivator, they all thought that he had used a sneak attack to cut off the arm of the Tai Tsung family's consecrator. After all, how strong could such a young cultivator be? On the other hand, the Tai Tsung family had many experts. Lin Feng, after seeing the attacker, Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyue's pale faces revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. You're not injured, right? Lin Feng asked. The two shook their heads. Lin Feng nodded and looked coldly at Tai Songhao. Brat, you're courting death. You actually dared to injure a member of the Tai Tsung family. Tai Songhao's voice was cold. Lin Feng sneered and said, What a good Tai Tsung family. Even the younger generation of the Chilean family wouldn't commit such crimes in Holy Stone City. A member of the Tai Tsung family actually ran to the Chilean family's territory and acted so presumptuously. It's really an eye-opener. No wonder the Tai Tsung family can't compare to the Chilean family. From the younger generation, you can see the difference between the two families. Tai Tsunghao's expression became gloomier and gloomier, and his eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent. He said coldly, Brat, who do you think you are? You dare to mock my Tai Tsung family? Men, break his limbs. I'll do it, I want to personally crush every single bone in his body into pieces. The face of the creation realm cultivator, who had his arm cut off by Lin Feng, twisted, and his face was filled with killing intent. The cultivator's blood had already stopped flowing, and his strength had greatly decreased because of the loss of his arm. However, he was confident that he could deal with Lin Feng. He was just an Yin-Yang realm brat, crushing such a cultivator to death. Wouldn't that be an easy task? Boom. He slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. An image of mountains and rivers appeared on his palm. This palm was called the mountain and river palm technique, and it was a very famous divine ability. This technique was passed down from the Tai Tsong family. Obviously, the Tai Tsong family's consecrators didn't just receive cultivation resources. They could also receive the divine ability inheritance. That's a good move. One palm shaking mountains and rivers shaking heaven and earth. This divine ability has been cultivated to the point where it's as pure as fire. It's really powerful. I'm afraid that kid won't be able to withstand it. That's right. I reckon that one move will beat him half to death. Many people. 2S. Another sword chi flew out. There is a sword in my heart. God splitting immortal slaying. Lin Feng's sword chi could be said to be invincible. It was terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, it broke the creation realm cultivator's spell. Uft. Another ripping sound was heard, and the creation realm cultivator's arm was chopped off once again. First, it was the right arm, then the left arm. Both arms were chopped off. Those who helped the tyrant should be crippled. Swoosh. He waved his right hand. The sword chi moved. Uft. Uft. The creation realm cultivator's legs were also chopped off. Ah! The creation realm cultivator who had his limbs cut off fell to the ground and screamed in pain. As for the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show, they had long been scared silly by this. Everyone thought that Lin Feng was doomed. Who would have thought that the creation realm cultivator couldn't even take a single move from Lin Feng? Now that his limbs were chopped off, he was completely crippled. He was better off dead. Too terrifying. His strength is terrifying, and his methods are terrifying. Who is that young cultivator? Many people looked at each other, trying to guess Lin Feng's identity. However, no one recognized Lin Feng. It's obvious that the young cultivator knows the pair of sisters. Someone said. The others nodded. They were clear about the cause of this matter. Tai Tsong Hao was arrogant and despotic, but today he had kicked an iron plate. The young cultivator was simply one-sidedly crushing the crippled creation realm cultivator. This meant that the young cultivator was hiding his true strength. Go! Everyone, go! I want that brat to suffer a fate worse than death. Tai Tsong Hao roared in anger. Seeing that Lin Feng had crippled the Tai Tsong family's consecrator, Tai Tsong Hao's eyes flashed with killing intent. In his opinion, this was a provocation to the Tai Tsong family. Tai Tsong Hao gnashed his teeth in hatred towards Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, the others attacked. Stellar Fist, Hurricane Slash, Moonhowl, Limitless Great Dao Palm. More than 10 experts attacked together. This was the joint attack of 3 Creation Realm cultivators and 12 Yin-Yang Realm cultivators. The terrifying attacks formed a torrent of attacks that flooded towards Lin Feng. The attacks of so many experts gathered together was too terrifying. The fluctuations emitted by the attacks caused many of the spectating cultivators to tremble in fear. They retreated in a sorry state, not daring to get close to the center of the battle. Can that young cultivator still hold on? I'm afraid he won't be able to, although he's strong. He's still facing the joint attack of more than 10 experts. 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, let alone one against so many. Many people were discussing with pale faces. They looked at the torrent of attacks from more than 10 experts in horror. I feel that the young cultivator might be stronger than we imagined, some cultivators said. Obviously, they were more optimistic about Lin Feng. All kinds of powerful divine abilities gathered together, forming a giant divine ability dragon that charged towards Lin Feng. Just as the torrent of attacks was about to drown Lin Feng sneered and stepped forward. Equals. In the future, if I were the Qing Emperor, I would definitely sweep away all the injustices in the world. Lin Feng's voice was faint, as if it came from the ancient era. His right hand was like a sword, and he slashed out. Dense sword chi shot out. The earth-shattering sword chi was like a storm of swords. In an instant, it swallowed up the torrent of attacks from more than 10 experts. Then, it flooded towards the experts from the Taitsong clan. Pooh! Pooh! Ripping sounds, miserable screams. One after another, the sounds spread. Sword light and blood shadows. Everyone looked at the center of the battle with shocked gazes. The experts from the Taitsong clan, even the 3 creation realm experts, were there. Under Lin Feng's attacks, they didn't even have the ability to fight back. The streaks of sword chi, it tore their bodies apart. Their limbs were chopped off, and they fell to the ground, twitching violently. The thick smell of blood spread out. Many people looked at the bloody scene in front of them and felt their stomachs churn. However, deep in their hearts, they were deeply shocked. Just how strong is he? Many of the surrounding cultivators turned pale with shock as they looked at the handsome young cultivator. Chapter 942. Who are you? Taitsong Hao's expression turned ugly. Lin Feng had crippled so many of his subordinates so easily. How could such a person be simple? Do you think you're qualified to know my name? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have some power behind you? Do you think no one can stop you? Kneel and apologize to me. Lin Feng stepped forward, his eyes cold. Brat, I'm the young master of the Taitsong family. You dare to make me kneel? Taitsong, Hao said with a gloomy expression. The young master of a direct descendant of an ancient power had a noble status and was high above everyone else. Moreover, Taitsong Hao's strength was extraordinary, so he didn't fear Lin Feng. I told you to kneel. Didn't you hear me? His expression was indifferent and domineering as he stepped forward and slapped his palm toward Taitsong Hao. Impudent brat! Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Today, I'll suppress you. Taitsong Hao shouted coldly and used the imperial sky capturing technique to attack Lin Feng. Taitsong Hao's aura spread out. He was actually at the 5th heavenly layer of the creation realm. With the help of an ancient technique, the combat power of someone at this level could even suppress a 6th or 7th heavenly layer of the creation realm. As soon as the imperial sky capturing technique was unleashed, a river of stars appeared beside Taitsong Hao. Countless stars rotated in the starry sky like sand in the Ganges River. Taitsong Hao's outstretched hand could shatter the universe and starry sky. The power of this imperial heaven capturing technique was truly formidable. What terrifying power! I didn't expect a young master like Taitsong Hao to be so strong. Taitsong Hao is the successor of an ancient faction. Of course, he's strong. I wonder if that young cultivator can block Taitsong Hao's attack. That's an ancient technique. Its power is unimaginable. Many people were discussing animatedly. Now that the battle was about to begin, many people were excited. Today, I'll let you know the difference between you and me. It's like comparing an ant to a dragon. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he slapped at Taitsong Hao. Boom! in the void, a huge energy handprint condensed and formed. It was an energy palm, falling from the sky. Suppress it. Bang! This attack instantly broke Tai Tsong Hao's primordial ability, the exalted heaven-capturing art. Then, he slapped Tai Tsong Hao's body. Tai Tsong Hao was slapped to the ground. There was a thump. He knelt on the ground. Lin Feng threw out a restriction. Tai Tsong Hao's body was bound, unable to struggle. Isn't he too strong? Everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Tai Tsong Hao was such a powerful figure. He couldn't even take a single blow from that young cultivator. The young cultivator's cultivation seemed to be far beyond everyone's imagination. Everyone had underestimated the young cultivator's cultivation. Tai Tsong Hao roared like a wild beast. His eyes turned blood red. He was Tai Tsong Hao, a descendant of an ancient power, high and mighty. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Tai Tsong Hao roared, "Brat, you dare to humiliate me like this? You're courting death. You're courting death." Pooh! In the next moment, a ripping sound could be heard. Blood splattered. Tai Tsong Hao's left arm was directly cut off. Tai Tsong Hao let out a shrill scream. Heavens, he even dared to cut off the arm of a descendant of an ancient power. How audacious! Many people cried out in alarm. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng would at most humiliate Tai Tsong Hao. He wouldn't do anything too outrageous to Tai Tsong Hao. After all, the power behind Tai Tsong Hao was too great. However, no one thought that Lin Feng would really dare to cut off Tai Tsong Hao's arm. "You actually dared to cut off my arm. My Tai Tsong family will not rest until you die." Tai Tsong Hao roared with hatred. Pooh! Lin Feng didn't say anything. His response was simple. Tai Tsong Hao's second arm had been cut off by Lin Feng. Both arms have been cut off. That young cultivator can't be thinking of cutting off all four of Tai Tsong Hao's limbs, right? Many people roared out in shock. This was because the other members of the Tai Tsong family had all had their limbs cut off by Lin Feng. Now, both of Tai Tsong Hao's arms had been cut off. From the looks of it, Lin Feng seemed to really want to cut off all four of Tai Tsong Hao's limbs. "Spare me! Spare me! I know I was wrong. Please spare me." After losing both of his arms, Tai Tsong Hao was completely scared out of his wits. His previous arrogance had completely disappeared. Now, it was replaced by deep fear. He really regretted it. Why did he provoke this killing god? He shouldn't have come to Holy Stone City. Even if he did, he should have kept his arrogance and despotism. After all, this wasn't the territory of the Tai Tsong family. But now, no matter how much he regretted it, it was already too late. In this world, there was no medicine for regret. Pooh! Pooh! Another 2 rays of sword energy slashed out consecutively. Tai Tsong Hao's 2 legs were also cut off. From the beginning to the end, Lin Feng didn't even say a word. However, his actions let everyone know just how daring he was. Tai Tsong Hao, the successor of an ancient power? So what if I cut off your limbs? Many cultivators rushed over from all directions because the commotion here was too great. That's Tai Tsong Hao, right? He's a direct descendant of the Tai Tsong family. Who did it? I don't know, but isn't that person too daring? He actually dared to cut off Tai Tsong Hao's limbs. Now, there's an irreconcilable hatred between him and the Tai Tsong family. This Tai Tsong Hao is too arrogant. He kicked an iron plate and got his limbs cut off. He deserves it. Many people were discussing. Tai Tsong Hao fell to the ground. His whole body twitched. His eyes were filled with despair as he looked at the starry sky. He had actually become a cripple, even if he was a direct descendant of an ancient family. However, once he became a cripple, he would be abandoned by his family. As he thought about it, Endless fear spread in his heart. Not good. It's Tai Tsung Hao. More than 10 people rushed over from the crowd, and when they saw Tai Tsung Hao on the ground, their expressions changed. They were all experts of the Tai Tsung family. Brat, you dare to cripple someone of my family? You're courting death. The experts of the Tai Tsung family rushed out and roared, their killing intent overflowing. The leading middle-aged cultivator looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy gaze and said coldly, "Sir, why did you cut off Tai Tsung Hao's limbs? If you don't give the Tai Tsung family a reason, no one will be able to save you." Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, looking like he could swallow mountains and rivers. "I killed him based on my mood. Why would I need a reason?" Chapter 943. He's actually so domineering in the face of an expert from the Tai Tsung family. Many people were shocked. The Tai Tsung clan was an ancient influential group. Lin Feng didn't fear the Tai Tsung clan at all. Many people felt deep admiration for Lin Feng. "Kid, those who offend the Tai Tsung family will not have a good ending, and you are no exception." The middle-aged man's aura rose bit by bit. He was accumulating his strength. "Let's go together and suppress this kid," the other members of the Tai Tsung family shouted. They wanted to deal with Lin Feng together. The middle-aged cultivator who attacked said, "You are not strong enough to participate in this battle. Step back." The other members of the Tai Tsung family did not want to admit this. However, it was the truth, so they could only retreat. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the middle-aged man. The man's aura was extremely terrifying, and his cultivation was comparable to an ancestor. Great Sun Thunder Dragon Palm. The middle-aged man used a peerless divine ability. A sun slowly condensed in the sky. Then, the divine sun descended. The divine sun was surrounded by dense lightning energy. The lightning energy condensed into lightning dragons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they revolved around the sun. The sun and the lightning dragons pressed down together. They wanted to suppress Lin Feng on the spot. That's the Great Sun Thunder Dragon Palm, one of the 3 great divine abilities of the Tai Tsung family. That middle-aged man seems to be Tai Tsung Yuntao, right? It's rumored that his cultivation is comparable to an ancestor. It seems that the rumors are true. I wonder if that young man can withstand Tai Tsung Yuntao's attack. That young man isn't simple. Although I don't know who he is, he's clearly a monster. I think that this will be a fierce battle. Many of the cultivators in the crowd began to discuss. What a great Sun Thunder Dragon Palm. That person's strength should be on the same level as Gui Tianming. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Tai Tsung Yuntao was extremely tyrannical, and his cultivation was unfathomable. However, he wasn't afraid at all. Lin Feng directly used the great death art, summoning the river of death. Rumble! A loud explosion shook the heavens. In the void, a river of death traversed through the void, directly smashing towards Tai Tsung Yuntao. Back then, Lin Feng was able to suppress Gui Tianming with the great death art. Now, he was able to suppress Tai Tsung Yuntao. Of course, Gui Tianming didn't use a technique as powerful as the primordial combat ability back then. Therefore, he was easier to deal with. On the other hand, Gui Tianming would be much more difficult to deal with because he had used a primordial divine ability. When the river of death came crashing down, Tai Tsung Yuntao sent out palm after palm towards the river of death. Bang, bang, bang. A loud explosion shook the heavens. Every time the two sides collided, the void trembled. This primordial divine ability was indeed powerful. If Tai Tsung Yuntao had not used this primordial spirit ability, Lin Feng would have long suppressed Tai Tsung Yuntao with this great death technique. As for Tai Tsung Yuntao, who had used his primordial divine ability, he had clashed with Lin Feng's River of Death 36 times. Finally, after the 37th collision, Tai Tsung Yuntao's attack was broken by Lin Feng. The River of Death swept across Tai Tsung Yuntao's body, sending him flying over 100 meters away. Tai Tsung Yuntao has been repelled. Many people were shocked. Lin Feng was so young, yet he was able to suppress an expert like Tai Tsung Yuntao. It was truly unimaginable. How is this possible? The people from the Tai Tsung family found it hard to accept what they were seeing. They knew how strong Tai Tsung Yuntao was. However, such a tyrannical strength had actually been suppressed by a young cultivator. It was too unimaginable. Gentlemen, let's end today's matter here. If we continue fighting, Holy Stone City will be in chaos. At this moment, a sonorous and powerful voice came from afar. An old man walked over. It was Qilian Gu from the Qilian family. Qilian Gu wasn't just the Qilian family's grand elder. He was also the city lord of Holy Stone City. The conflict between Lin Feng and the Tai Tsung family had long alarmed everyone in Holy Stone City. Many people came to watch the battle, and the surrounding area was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Naturally, the people from the Qilian family were also alarmed. Qilian Gu had originally come to stop the battle. After all, although Holy Stone City allowed private fights, it was only a small-scale private fight. If the top experts really fought to the death, the destructive power would be extremely terrifying. This was something that the Qilian family couldn't tolerate. However, Qilian Gu didn't expect that the two parties involved would be Lin Feng and the Tai Tsung family. Tai Tsung Yuntao's expression was incomparably gloomy. He had suffered a small loss in his fight with Lin Feng, so he knew that it was unrealistic to think that he could defeat Lin Feng by himself. Now that Qilian Gu had appeared, it gave him a way out. All right, I'll give Brother Qilian some face today. Tai Tsung Yuntao cupped his fists. Immediately after, he looked at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. His voice was filled with killing intent. Little boy, I'll remember you. Tai Tsung Yuntao didn't restrain his killing intent at all. It was obvious that the Tai Tsung family would definitely send experts to deal with Lin Feng later. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. If you want to die, I don't mind killing a few more souls. Tai Tsung Yuntao's expression was gloomy, but he didn't say anything else. He ordered people to take the injured Tai Tsung, Hao, and the others away. The group of people from the Tai Tsung family quickly left. Fellow Lin, are you injured? Qilian Gu cupped his fists and asked. Although his face was expressionless, he was actually quite happy in his heart. The Tai Tsung family and their Qilian family had always been fighting openly and secretly. Seeing Lin Feng and the Tai Tsung family fighting so fiercely, Qilian Gu was naturally happy to see this situation. It's nothing serious. Thank you for your concern, fellow Qilian. Lin Feng also cupped his fists. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries. Lin Feng and Qilian Gu parted ways. He left with Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingwei. The two sisters still couldn't believe what they'd just seen. Lin Feng actually had the strength to suppress an expert like Tai Tsung Yuntao. Wasn't he too strong? Lin Feng asked, "Why do you want to buy healing panaceas? Could it be that something has happened? Brother and the others are injured. Their injuries are very serious, and they urgently need life-saving panaceas." Qiao Tingyu said. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry. Bring me over to take a look." Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingwei hurriedly nodded. With Lin Feng by their side, they seemed to have found a pillar of support. Lin Feng was led by Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingwei to a courtyard. Qiao Zhenyu, Wang Fei, Zhao Kuo, Tian Kuan, Li Shishir, and Nailan Bing were arranged in different rooms by the sisters. Chapter 944. Lin Gongzi, can my brother and the others still be saved? Qiao Tingyue's face was pale, and she was extremely worried about the safety of Qiao Zhenyu and the others. Lin Feng replied, "Don't worry, I have a way to save them. Now, find me a room. I'm going to refine a batch of healing pills." "Sir, please come with me," Qiao Tingyue said. She led the way and brought Lin Feng to the room next door. She then left. Alchemists usually needed to be quiet when refining pills, and Qiao Tingyue naturally knew this. Lin Feng took out a 15,000-year-old spiritual medicine as the main ingredient. There were 372 supplementary spirit herbs. He was going to refine the Heaven Reversal Pill. This was a mid-tier heaven-tier spirit herb, and it had the ability to bring someone back from the dead. On the second day, Lin Feng finally finished concocting the pill. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he had Qiao Tingyue and Qiao Tingyu feed the pills to Qiao Zhenyu, Wang Fei, Zhao Kua, Tian Kuan, Li Shishir, and Nailan Bing. The sisters nodded and hurriedly fed the pills to the 6 of them. After taking the pills, the aura of the 6 people became stable. Their originally pale faces also began to gradually recover their rosy complexions. When Lin Feng saw the 6 people's changes, he checked their bodies and took a deep breath. He turned to look at Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyue and said, "Their bodies are fine now, so you don't have to worry too much." "Thank you, Lin Gongzi." The sisters bowed to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You're treating me like an outsider." The sisters blushed slightly, and Qiao Tingyu said, "Lin Gongzi, you must be tired after a day. Go to the room next door and rest. I'll call you when my brother and the others wake up." Lin Feng nodded. Refining the Heaven Reversal Pill did consume a lot of energy. Lin Feng really needed to have a good rest and recover. While Lin Feng was resting, the Chilean family was holding a small auction. Those who could participate were either patriarch-level cultivators or the upper echelons of large clans. Only 3 slots would be auctioned at a time. Back then, many ancestor-level experts had seen Lin Feng choose stones, so they had absolutely no doubts about Lin Feng's ability. There were also many ancestor-level powerhouses who came because of its reputation and wanted to observe for a while. For the first time, 9, 12, and 15 nomological laws were auctioned off. The person who won the 3 spots was Duanmu Shui from the number 1 power in Yuezhou, the Duanmu clan. Duanmu Shui was the daughter of the Duanmu clan's ancestor, Duanmu Chang. Back in Wangxian town, Lin Feng had helped Duan Machang choose a stone, and Duan Machang had cut out the soaring dragon fruit from the stone that Lin Feng had chosen. Right now, Duan Muchang was cultivating in seclusion, preparing to break through to the ancient powerhouse level. Before he went into seclusion, he instructed his daughter to come and ask Lin Feng to help him again, no matter what price he had to pay. The second slot was won by Stone King Xian Yuanlong. Stone King Xian Yuanlong could be said to be a famous master of stone selection. He had heard a lot about Lin Feng. Now that he had won the slot, he wanted to compare notes with Lin Feng and see if Lin Feng was really capable or not. The third slot was won by someone from the Sima clan in Suzhou. The Sima clan's ancestor had seen Lin Feng cut out a stone before. Therefore, he was extremely confident in Lin Feng. Everyone, tomorrow, fellow Taoist Lin will select the stones for everyone. Please wait for a moment. Please wait a moment, said Qi Lian Sun. Duanmu Shui, Xian Yuanlong, and Sima Huan nodded and said, "Okay, we'll meet at the stone workshop tomorrow." Then, the powerhouses all left. Everyone was talking about Lin Feng's stone selection the next day. Everyone was looking forward to the results. They wanted to see if Lin Feng was really as amazing as the legends said. In the afternoon, Qiao Zhenyu and the others, who had been sleeping, finally woke up. When they found out that Lin Feng had saved them, they were extremely grateful. Lin Feng told them to rest in their rooms while he chatted with Qiao Zhenyu, who had recovered the best. Lin Feng wanted to know how Qiao Zhenyu and the others had been injured. It's all thanks to Brother Lin that we were able to survive this time. I won't say any more polite words. If you need me in the future, climb a mountain of blades, or dive into a sea of fire, I won't even frown. Qiao Zhenyu patted his chest as he spoke. He had just walked through the gates of hell. Now that they had come back to life, they were extremely happy. They were grateful to Lin Feng from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Feng smiled and said, "We're friends, so it's only right that we help each other." After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng asked, "What did you go through? How did you end up with such heavy injuries?" Qiao Zhenyu said, "When we came out of the falling Star Mountain range, we saw a mysterious thing falling from the sky. We quickly went to look for it. Later, we found a very strange stone, but that thing also attracted some other cultivators. After a life and death battle, we finally escaped with great difficulty, but we didn't expect that we would be chased by an extremely terrifying beast emperor. In the end, we escaped with our lives, but when we escaped to the Holy Stone City, our bodies couldn't take it anymore. I don't remember what happened after that until Brother Lin saved us." Lin Feng asked, "Is the stone that fell from the sky still there?" "Yes." Qiao Zhenyu took the stone out of his storage ring. It was a fiery red meteorite. There were scales on it, and its shape was uneven. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a meteorite. It was indeed a rather strange meteorite, and he didn't know where it came from. The meteorite was extremely heavy, although it was only about 10 centimeters in diameter. It weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. "Brother Lin, can you tell what it is?" Qiao Zhenyu asked. Lin Feng said, "From its appearance, I can't tell what's so special about it, so I need to cut it open to take a look. However, it's almost impossible to cut open such a meteorite. The only way is to melt it, and once it's melted, the meteorite will be destroyed." "That's too bad," Qiao Zhenyu said. "Brother Qiao, I have a suggestion. What do you think?" Lin Feng said, "Brother Lin, please speak." Qiao Zhenyu said. Lin Feng then said, "This meteorite was obtained by risking your lives. It wasn't easy, but there's only one meteorite, so it's not easy to divide it. I plan to buy it for 800,000 top-grade spirit stones, and each of you will get 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. What do you think?" Qiao Zhenyu said, "Brother Lin is our savior. How can we accept Lin Feng's spirit stones? This meteorite will be given to Lin Feng." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Brother Qiao, please don't say that. We're friends, so it's natural for us to help each other. This crystal card has 800,000 top-grade spirit stones. Brother Qiao, please accept it." Qiao Zhenyu saw that Lin Feng was insistent, so he accepted the crystal card. Lin Feng then left. After returning to the Qilian clan, Lin Feng began to melt the meteorite. He used 2 types of heavenly flames to burn it repeatedly, and finally, the meteorite was melted. What surprised Lin Feng was that there was a stone talisman wrapped in the meteorite. This stone talisman was not simple. Even the heavenly flames could not melt it. Lin Feng took out the stone talisman, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. It was actually a martial talisman, a fiery red martial talisman. Could it be the fire demon talisman? Chapter 945. A fiery red talisman. Could it be a fire demon talisman? Lin Feng looked at the talisman in surprise. There were 81 talismans in the world. Each talisman could make a martial spirit evolve. Lin Feng had collected a bluestone talisman before. With the bluestone talisman, his martial spirit evolved again. It went from 3 devouring martial spirits to 5 devouring martial spirits. After the talisman's energy was devoured, it would split open again. Then it would scatter in the human world. After a long time, it would gradually recover its energy. When it had accumulated enough energy, it would appear again. Now that the fire demon talisman had appeared, it had accumulated enough energy. It should be one of the 3 fire demon talismans. That was because the talismans were divided into 3 parts and scattered in different places. Is this a map of the starry sky world? Lin Feng looked at the back of the talisman. There was a starry sky on the back of the map. The starry sky was dotted with stars. Lin Feng had never been to the starry sky world, so he didn't know where the starry sky was on the map. Lin Feng had no choice but to put the map away for now. He would study it in the starry sky world in the future. In the evening, Lin Feng met up with Qi Liansun and the others. He had already obtained the first batch of 34 Dharma laws from Qi Liansun. Dharma laws were precious, especially in the outside world. It was very difficult to seal them. Lin Feng hoped to take advantage of this event to obtain more Dharma laws. Every time he obtained a Dharma law, his cultivation level would increase greatly. With Qi Liansun and the others accompanying him, Lin Feng went to the stone workshop. The news that little stone saint was going to the stone workshop had already spread. Countless people were rushing to the workshop, including the high-ranking members of many top factions. 9 flood dragons pulled a carriage. Lin Feng and Qi Lian soon got off the bronze carriage. Look, that's Little Stone Saint. Little Stone Saint is really young and promising. Don't ask about a hero's age. That's really suitable for Little Stone Saint. I wonder if he's really as strong as the legends say, or is it just a rumor? Today, we'll know if Little Stone Saint is really strong or not. Many cultivators discussed among themselves. Isn't that Lin Feng? Heavens! Lin Feng is the legendary Little Stone Saint. Wang Chaozong, Yuan Hua, and the others were also in the crowd. When they saw Lin Feng, they immediately exclaimed. They did not expect Lin Feng to be the Little Stone Saint. However, thinking about how Lin Feng had chosen 3 pieces of stone for Wang Chaozong and cut them into 3 supreme treasures, this method of stone selection was truly miraculous. Therefore, although it seemed unexpected that Lin Feng was the Little Stone Saint, it was also within reason. Others might suspect that Lin Feng's reputation was undeserved. However, Wang Chaozong, Yuan Hua, and the others would never doubt him, because they had already seen Lin Feng's methods. Qi Liansun introduced Duanmu Shi, Xian Yuanlong, and Sima Hua to Lin Feng, and both sides greeted each other. Xian Yuanlong said, "I've been friends with Taoist Lin for a long time. Meeting you today is indeed like meeting a god." Lin Feng said, "Taoist Xian Yuanlong is too polite. I'm still very young and still have many things to learn from you. I hope that we can interact more in the future and improve each other." Seeing that Lin Feng was giving him face, Xian Yuanlong couldn't help but be very happy. He laughed and said, "Taoist Lin, you're in such a good mood. After today's stone selection, why don't we have a chat?" "Of course, I can't ask for more," Lin Feng said. After exchanging some pleasantries, everyone walked towards the stone workshop. Qi Liansun asked, "Which workshop does little Lin want to go to?" "The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's workshop." Lin Feng said. Huangfu Qingchong and the others from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty were also in the workshop. They already knew that Lin Feng was the Little Stone Saint. When they saw Lin Feng leading a group of people over, they couldn't help but gnash their teeth in anger. Huangfu Qingqiong and the others had just learned that Lin Feng had entered the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's workshop and obtained 3 precious treasures. Now that he had come to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's workshop again, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty naturally didn't welcome him. However, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty naturally couldn't chase away Lin Feng, and the others since they were doing business here. The people around Lin Feng were too powerful. If they dared to chase them away, how many people would they offend? Fellow Taoists, what price do you wish to choose? Lin Feng asked. I remember that there are 3 immortal spirit stones in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's workshop. I can't see through them, so I didn't dare to buy them. Taoist Lin, can you help me choose one of them? Xian Yuanlong was the first to speak. Of course, no problem. Lin Feng nodded. Then they walked into the depths of the courtyard. The stones here were very expensive. They were all worth more than 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. The price of the 3 immortal spirit stones was even higher. The first immortal spirit stone was like a spirit ape gazing at the sea. The second immortal spirit stone was like a fairy dancing. And the third immortal spirit stone was like a shepherd boy riding a bull. Every immortal spirit stone wasn't simple. Black smoke emerged and surrounded Lin Feng. He walked towards the 3 celestial spiritual stones. Xian Yuanlong observed Lin Feng's movements. He wasn't too surprised. There were different branches of the stone discernment technique. Lin Feng clearly didn't want to reveal some of his techniques in front of others. This situation was very normal because when Xian Yuanlong used some of his trump cards, he would also hide his body. The 3 immortal spirit stones were extremely extraordinary. Each immortal spirit stone seemed to be nurturing a life. The 3 immortal spirit stones were all worth more than 2 million top-grade spirit stones. It could be said that the price was sky-high. There's such a strong aura of life, but I can vaguely sense that something isn't quite right. Between heaven and earth, all living things reinforce and counteract each other. Yin and yang are opposites. Extreme life becomes extreme death, and within extreme death, there's still a sliver of life. The 3 immortal spirit stones are gathered together, and each of them is as exuberant as the sea. Could it be that in this invisible confrontation, the life force of the 3 immortal spirit stones has been consumed? If that's the case, then the 3 immortal spirit stones are useless stones. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Suddenly, he looked at the surroundings of the 3 immortal spirit stones. Because the life force of the 3 immortal spirit stones was too vigorous, it produced a terrifying pressure. The surrounding stones couldn't get close to the 3 immortal spirit stones. Therefore, there were no stones around the 3 immortal spirit stones. However, what surprised Lin Feng was that under the 3 immortal spirit stones, there was a huge stone platform that was more than 10 meters long. This huge stone platform seemed to be an ordinary stone platform. However, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Therefore, Lin Feng used the Archean dragonesque elephant skill to carefully sense the aura of the stone platform. This gave Lin Feng a fright. Traces of energy from the 3 immortal spirit stones flowed into the black stone platform. Even an ancient powerhouse cultivator wouldn't be able to sense it. Lin Feng took a deep breath and dispersed the black fog around him. His eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Xian Yuanlong couldn't wait to ask, Brother Lin, do you have any results? Chapter 946. Lin Feng looked at Xian Yuanlong and asked with a smile, Brother Xian Yuanlong, what do you think of these 3 stones? Xian Yuanlong replied, These 3 stones are full of vitality. I've never seen a stone with such vitality before. I can feel that each stone has something good inside, but I can also vaguely feel that something isn't right. However, I can't tell what it is. Sensing the vitality within the stones, This required an extremely powerful ability. Lin Feng could sense the vitality within the stones because of the heavenly demon snake's eye. Sometimes he would also use the archaic dragon-esque elephant technique to complement the heavenly demon snake's eye. As for Xian Yuanlong, he had clearly grasped some extremely powerful techniques to be able to sense the vitality within the stones. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right. There's indeed something wrong with these 3 stones. Kid, don't make irresponsible remarks. The stones placed here by the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty are the best of the best. How could there be a problem?" An elder from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's stone workshop said coldly. Lin Feng shrugged and said, "I once cut a very precious stone. I thought that I would find something good inside, but I didn't find anything. Senior Qi Lian, do you remember?" Qi Lian nodded and said, "Of course I remember. At that time, you were helping me cut a stone. There was dragon blood inside, but the dragon blood dried up, causing the stone to become useless." Lin Feng said, "That's why, no matter how precious a stone is, there might be nothing inside. Even if there is something inside, there might be all kinds of unforeseen events that could cause the stone to be destroyed." The faces of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's people darkened. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the cultivators who wanted to buy 3 celestial spiritual stones would probably give up now. Lin Feng didn't care about the expressions of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's people. He didn't care whether they hated him or not. He was already an enemy of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. The more depressed his enemies were, the more depressed they became. Lin Feng felt even better. Xian Yuanlong said, "Brother Lin, are you saying that you want to choose another stone?" Lin Feng chuckled. He kicked the stone platform beneath the 3 immortal spirit stones and asked, "How much is the stone platform?" 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, said the elder of the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. He looked glum and said, "This is a stone shop. We sell stones, not stone tables. If you want stone tables, you can go to the market. We have everything you need." "Who says it's not stone?" The elder said that this stone is worth 1,000 top-quality spirit stones. "Brother Xian Yuan, you can choose this stone." Lin Feng said, "This." Xian Yuanlong suddenly became bewildered. This was because he really didn't see anything special on this stone platform. The rest of the people were also muttering, not understanding why Lin Feng would buy such a stone platform. There were quite a few stone platforms that were identical to this one in the courtyard. Xian Yuanlong thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I'll choose this one." The elder of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty sneered and said, "Do you really think that you can find a precious treasure in a stone platform? Since you want to give money to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty will be happy to see it." The elder ordered someone to move the 3 immortal spirit stones away. Then a huge stone platform appeared in front of everyone. "You can cut the stone now," said Lin Feng. Xian Yuanlong nodded. He took out a stone-cutting knife and started cutting the stone. The stone platform kept shrinking. It quickly shrank from a dozen meters to 3 or 4 meters, but still nothing was cut. Many people started whispering to each other about whether the little stone saint deserved his reputation. Xian Yuanlong was very calm. It was only 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Even if he lost them, he wouldn't feel any pain. The stone platform kept shrinking. When it was only a dozen centimeters away, Xian Yuanlong cut again. As soon as he cut, a strong life force spread out. Everyone's spirits were lifted. It seemed like something good was about to be cut out. Xian Yuanlong's eyes suddenly lit up. He carefully cut the last piece of stone. After that, a palm-sized piece of emerald green would appear in front of everyone. That piece of wood was emitting a strong life force. It even gave people a strange feeling. As long as they cultivated next to it, their lifespan would continuously increase. The trunk of the tree of life, exclaimed Qi Lian Sun. Before, Lin Feng had helped him cut out a drop of life elixir. That drop of life elixir was condensed from the tree of life. But obviously, the value of a drop of life elixir couldn't be compared to the value of a tree of life. Heavens! He can even cut out something like that. The tree of life was extinct a long time ago, but it still has a trunk in the world, such a strong life force. Could it be that it can be nurtured into a seedling? Xian Yuanlong is really rich. The little stone saint is too strong. He's a saint. Now I know why Qi Lian Sun and the others admire him so much. Many people were discussing spiritedly. They all looked at Xian Yuanlong enviously. They all looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Brother Lin, you're a genius. Xian Yuanlong cupped his fists. He really admired Lin Feng now. He didn't see anything special about the stone table, but Lin Feng didn't just see it. Now, he had cut out a piece of the tree of life. The people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty looked gloomy. They gnashed their teeth in anger. The tree of life's trunk was only sold for 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. How could they not be depressed? Duanmu Sun and Sima Hua were also excited. They had already seen how amazing Lin Feng was. Next, Lin Feng would cut out the stones for them. Naturally, they were very excited. They prayed that they would also be able to obtain a precious treasure like Xian Yuanlong. Which fellow Taoist should I choose a stone for next? Asked Lin Feng. Let's choose a stone for fellow Taoist Duanmu. Sima Hua smiled. Thank you, fellow Taoist Sima. Duanmu Sun bowed slightly. Lin Feng nodded and walked around the stone table. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's stone table was the best stone table. There were 36 courtyards, and all kinds of stones were piled up. There were at least a few 100,000 of them. Therefore, there were many good things here. As for whether or not one could obtain something good, it depended on one's own ability. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. They were all curious about which stone Lin Feng would choose. In the end, Lin Feng stopped beside a pond. There was a fake mountain in the middle of the pond. This was the wishing pond. Many people would come here to make a wish, praying that they would obtain something good. Chapter 947. Many people had gathered in front of the wishing pond. Many of them were old ancestors with white hair. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the pond. There were some stones around the rockery in the pond, but they weren't precious. It was just that they were made of uncanny workmanship, so they had been brought in for decoration. Fellow Taoist Lin, which stone do you like? Asked Duanmu Sun. Lin Feng pointed at one of the stones and said, That one. How much is it worth? Duanmu Sun looked at the elder of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's workshop. 1,500 top-grade spirit stones, said the elder gloomily. The stone wasn't valuable. He couldn't ask for a sky-high price just because someone liked it. If he did that, the reputation of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty would be ruined. Even the reputation of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty would be ruined. All right, I'll buy it. Duanmu Sun was very direct. He ordered his subordinates to pay the spirit stones. Cut the stone, said Lin Feng. Duanmu Sun nodded. He fished out the stone and started cutting it. The stone was very strange. It looked like a god of death, holding a scythe. Now, the stone was emitting a cold and terrifying qi. It made people's hair stand on end. What's wrong with this stone? It was very ordinary. Why is it emitting such a qi after being fished out? Someone asked suspiciously. This aroused many people's suspicions. Many people were bewildered. Xian Yuanlong took a deep breath and said in shock, This stone has a spirit. It can sense that someone is going to cut it, so it emits a cold qi to intimidate them. Many people were surprised. This stone wasn't simple at all. Perhaps something terrifying would really come out of it. Duanmu Sun started cutting the stone. When he cut the stone, a terrifying qi surged out. It was a dense, murderous intent. It made the hot weather of June turn into a cold winter. Many cultivators couldn't bear the murderous intent and had no choice but to retreat. Duanmu Sun was the same. His face was pale, and he couldn't cut the stone anymore. A treasure is going to come out of it. Many people cried out in alarm. The faces of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's cultivators turned green. This stone was so cheap. If something good came out of it, their hearts would bleed. "Let me do it," Qi Lian Sun said when he saw that Duanmu Sun couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure from the stone. "Thank you, Senior." Duanmu Feng bowed and then retreated. Only then did some color return to his pale face. Qi Lianshuan personally cut the stone. He was an ancient giant, his strength unfathomable. He was the one who cut the stone, able to suppress the killing intent released by the stone. Boom! A terrifying aura surged out and targeted Qi Lian Sun. However, Qi Lian Sun's body emitted a powerful force that opposed it with equal harshness and suppressed it. Then, Qi Lianshuan began to cut the stone. The stone continued to shrink. Finally, the thing inside the stone was cut out. It was a fragment of a weapon that was more than 10 centimeters long, emitting an endless aura of death. A fragment of the Grim Reaper's sickle. Qi Lian Sun exclaimed, "This treasure was simply too extraordinary. It was the sickle of the Grim Reaper that had been forged for the primordial god of death. Even though it was just a fragment, it was still extremely powerful. The fragment of the Grim Reaper's sickle soared into the sky, wanting to kill Qi Lian Sun. However, Qi Lian Sun reacted quickly and suppressed it, sealing it with his magic power. If this fragment of the death god's scythe is fused into a magical treasure, how terrifying would that magical treasure's offensive power be? Some people's eyes shone with a fervent light. Duanmu Feng was overjoyed. He quickly put the fragment of the Grim Reaper's sickle away. "Huh, where's Little Stone Saint? Where did he go?" At that moment, everyone realized that Lin Feng had disappeared. Little Stone Saint went to a courtyard outside. Someone shouted. Everyone hurriedly chased after him. The stones in the courtyard were all different, but they were all of the best quality. What surprised Lin Feng was that when he arrived, he felt very uncomfortable. It was as if a power was targeting him. "What's this?" Lin Feng's expression changed. He recalled the holy spirit of the stone he had seen before. When he had opened his snake eyes to observe the stones, the holy spirit of the stone had attacked his soul and injured him. "There's a holy spirit of the stone here, too. This is going to be troublesome," Lin Feng frowned. The holy spirit of the stone was very terrifying. Lin Feng was very afraid. "Brother Lin, did you notice something wrong?" Xian Yuanlong walked over and asked, "There's a holy spirit of the stone here." Lin Feng said, "Hiss." Xian Yuanlong gasped. He obviously knew what kind of existence the holy spirit of the stone was. Once it was born, it would be a terrifying stone clan. "Let's work together and find it. If we work together, we should be able to suppress it," Lin Feng said. Xian Yuanlong nodded. He was excited. If they could really suppress a holy spirit of the stone, they would receive endless benefits. Many people wondered what Lin Feng and Xian Yuanlong were talking about, but obviously no one knew. The two of them worked together to search the surroundings. However, Lin Feng was disappointed by the results. The holy spirit of the stone seemed to have sensed danger and disappeared. "It left," Lin Feng said. "What a pity." Xian Yuanlong shook his head. It can travel back and forth between different stone workshops. It's very powerful. It's too difficult to find it. Lin Feng said. Xian Yuanlong nodded. In the end, Lin Feng chose a stone for Sima Hua. It was worth 7,000 top-grade spirit stones. Everyone realized that the stones Lin Feng chose weren't very expensive. Duanmu Xian, Xian Yuanlong, and Sima Hua sighed. Lin Feng was really considerate of his customers. This stone wasn't ordinary either. It was a piece of great demonic metal essence, which was a material used to forge great imperial weapons. Many people were excited. Sima Hua turned pale, with fright. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would find such a heaven-defying thing. He quickly put it away. Lin Feng chose a few more stones for Qi Lian Sun. Then he left with Qi Lian Sun and the others and returned to the Qilian clan. In the stone workshop, Lin Feng's stone selection caused a huge sensation. This was because Lin Feng's ability to choose stones was too terrifying. The stones he chose weren't expensive, but the things he cut out were heaven-defying. Whether it was the trunk of the tree of life, or a fragment of the death god's scythe, or the great demonic metal essence that was used to forge great imperial weapons, any kind of material was priceless. The entire Holy Stone City was talking about this matter, and at this time, the Qilian clan began the second auction. It was obvious that the second auction was much more intense than the first. The transaction price also soared. The highest transaction price exceeded 100 strands of law. In the next few days, Lin Feng and many ancestor-level figures continuously entered the stone workshop to cut the stones. During this period of time, Lin Feng also obtained a total of 2,000 strands of law. He was now at the 10th layer of the Yin-Yang realm. After refining another 2,000 strands of law, he already had 3,000 strands of law in his body. This was Lin Feng's limit. He couldn't continue refining the law. Moreover, the primordial divine stones were about to be transported here. Lin Feng no longer helped others choose stones. This made many cultivators who didn't manage to get a spot in the auction sigh. Asterisk rumble, asterisk on this day. A loud sound shook the sky. In the distance, divine chariots came through the sky. 3 ancient powerhouses personally escorted a batch of primordial divine stones into the Holy Stone City. This caused a huge commotion. Many people went to watch. Chapter 948. Holy Stone City was filled with people. After so many years, another immemorial godly stone had appeared. It attracted the attention of many influential groups. Now, the 4 empires of the central continent, as well as many holy lands and ancient sects, had all arrived. "Friends, you're finally here," said Qi Lian Sun, rising up in the air and talking to the 3 influential people. 2 of them were men and 1 was a woman. Lin Feng didn't know them, but he knew they weren't ordinary people. They were the strongest cultivators in the Tianwu continent. "Even though something happened, we made it in time," said the woman. She didn't stop. These people did not stop and quickly entered the stone workshop of the Qilian family. Rumble, 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 many chariots quickly left. The immemorial godly stones have arrived. The Holy Assembly is about to begin. Many people were excited. The immemorial godly stones were extremely precious. Many influential groups had come to see what kind of things could be cut out of the immemorial godly stones. At night, Qi Lian Sun welcomed the 3 influential people. Qi Lian Sun introduced Lin Feng to the 3 influential people. The woman was called Hiqing Tian. She was from the ancient sword sect, which was a powerful group in Jian province. As for the other 2 influential people, the old man was called Wu Shiwan. He was also from an influential group in Jian province. The middle-aged man was called Tang Shengxia. He was from the 100 Break Mountain sect in Great Zong province. These provinces were very close to the ancient forest of fallen immortals, just like the 72 provinces in the north. The 18 provinces around the ancient forest of fallen immortals were called the 18 provinces of the ancient forest of fallen immortals. The next day, everybody went to see the immemorial godly stones. 9 immemorial godly stones had been delivered when Lin Feng and the others entered the courtyard where the immemorial godly stones were stored. The entire stone workshop began to shake violently. What's going on? Many people were astonished. Look, there are 9 immemorial godly stones, said a strong cultivator, pointing at the immemorial godly stones. The 9 immemorial godly stones all flew into the air. The immemorial godly stones were shining brightly. Terrifying ripples swept across the place. Young friend, what do you think is going on with these immemorial godly stones? Qi Lian Sun said with a solemn expression. It's like life is coming back to life. Quick, hurry up and suppress the 9 primordial godly stones. Otherwise, something bad will happen. Lin Feng said with a solemn expression. The 4 hegemons rushed towards the primordial godstones, wanting to suppress them. Bang! Alas! The 9 stones shot out blinding rays and sent the 4 overlords flying. What a powerful primeval godstone! Lin Feng was shocked. He tried to use the secret technique recorded in the celestial master lineage, the 8 divine seals. Lin Feng had been studying this secret technique for a long time, and this was his first time using it. Lines of formation runes intertwined and pressed down on the 9 divine stones. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort came from one of the divine stones. Endless divine light surged out and broke Lin Feng's 8 seals. Then he swept Lin Feng away. Wow! Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. He pointed at the primordial godstone in horror. There's a creature inside, a creature from the primordial era. This is bad. These primordial godstones are too terrifying. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the 9 primordial godstones tore through the Qi Lian family's restrictions and floated in the air. Look, it's the primordial godstones. What's going on? Countless cultivators in Holy Stone City looked at the 9 primordial godstones in the sky. Everyone's heart was filled with shock. They didn't know what was going on and looked at each other. At that moment, the 9 primordial godstones in the sky suddenly kowtowed in the direction of Holy Stone City. The first kowtow awakened the undying Holy Spirit. The second kowtow in the Holy Stone City, Yama snatched the mandate of heaven. The 9th kowtow in the Holy Stone City, the Holy Spirit Emperor descended to the world. The 9th kowtow in the primordial godstones was an ancient sacrificial technique. Lin Feng was shocked. These primordial godstones were too strange. They even knew the sacrificial technique. Rumble! Suddenly, the earth shook. The entire Holy Stone City was shaking violently. After the 9th kowtow in the primordial godstones, something like this happened. It was too strange. Kacha, kacha! The center of Holy Stone City started to crack. The square of Holy Stone City started to crack. It started to collapse. Hurry up and leave, shouted many people in fear. A gigantic crater appeared in the square of Holy Stone City. At the bottom of the crater, there was an oppressive qi. A huge stone man was standing on top of a pillar, slowly rising into the air. Stone man. Surprisingly, it's a stone man. The 9th kowtow in the primordial godstones summoned this stone man. Lin Feng was deeply shaken. What was happening today was too unimaginable. Something big was going to happen. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. After the stone man appeared, countless stones soared into the sky and kowtowed in the direction of the stone man as if they were worshipping a king. Oh no! Something big is going to happen. The stone man must be destroyed. Qi Liansun's expression changed drastically. He quickly rushed towards the stone man. He arrived in the square and attacked the stone man with his palm. He wanted to destroy the stone man. Swoosh, swoosh. But at that moment, the stone man opened its eyes. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The stone man raised its right hand and slapped Qi Lian Sun. Bang! With a muffled sound of collision, Qi Lian Sun was sent flying by the golem's palm. The Stone Man King has awakened. The 9 primordial godstones let out a series of excited cries. Heavens, there are living creatures in the 9 primordial godstones. What kind of creature is the Stone Man King? Hurry up and leave Holy Stone City. Countless cultivators began to panic. Even though there were many experts in the Holy Stone City, the fear of the unknown still spread in their hearts. Roar, roar, roar. Outside of Holy Stone City, many mountain beasts, ferocious beasts, and even some stone men came out of the forest of fallen immortals. They were all creatures from the deepest parts of the forest of fallen immortals. They were extremely terrifying. These existences drove the beast hordes into the sacred stone city and began to fight the cultivators of the sacred stone city. I'm coming back to life. The stone man roared. He took a step forward, and the ground caved in. He waved his gigantic hands and grabbed the fleeing cultivators. Many cultivators couldn't control their bodies and flew towards the stone man. They were then grabbed by the stone puppet king, who opened its bloody mouth and devoured them. Delicious flesh and blood. How nostalgic. Let's start the slaughter. The stone man raised his head and roared. The 9 primordial godstones led the stone men, mountain beasts, and other ferocious beasts out of the forest of fallen immortals to attack the cultivators. Chapter 949. We can't stay here for long. Break out. Qi Lian Sun shouted, his face pale. The stone puppet king was too strong to resist. They had to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible, or countless people would die tragically. Qi Lian Sun quickly returned to the Qilian clan. The clan would only use a small teleportation array to teleport to other places in an emergency. Holy Stone City was an ancient city that the Qilian clan had operated for many years, but now that the Stone Puppet King had appeared, the Qilian clan had no choice but to abandon the city. Protecting the lives of their clansmen was the most important thing. Whoosh! Lin Feng rushed out of Holy Stone City. A stone golem wielding a huge stone club swung at Lin Feng. Slash! Lin Feng waved his right hand, and a dazzling sword Qi slashed out. The 100-meter-long sword Qi condensed and tore through heaven and earth. Uffed! The stone golem was directly cut in two. Lin Feng didn't stop and quickly rushed out. It was very chaotic now, and there were killings everywhere. Fortunately, Qiao Zhenyu, Qiao Tingyu, and Qiao Tinghua had already left. Wang Chaozong and the others had also left early. Otherwise, if he were to encounter a situation like today, he would most likely be in a perilous situation. Lin Feng killed more than a dozen fierce beasts. Not long after, Lin Feng was attacked by a stone. It's you, the Holy Spirit of the stone. Lin Feng looked coldly at the stone floating in front of him. This stone was abnormally strong. It looked like a stone wolf, but it was clear that this was a newly formed body. The Holy Spirit of the stone could manipulate the stone to change its shape. Kid, weren't you looking for me? Now that I'm out, I'm going to eat you, the Holy Spirit of the stone said coldly. Good timing. I was just about to seal you. Lin Feng took the initiative to attack the Holy Spirit of the stone. This being's cultivation was heaven-defying. It suppressed Lin Feng to the point where he couldn't breathe. Even someone as strong as Lin Feng spat out mouthfuls of blood, his face pale. He was seriously injured. The Holy Spirit of the stone had a strange power that could cause great damage to a cultivator's body. Brat, you're not bad. You can still withstand my attacks. The Holy Spirit of the stone sneered and attacked again. The more powerful its attacks were, the more pressure Lin Feng felt. Bang! The Holy Spirit of the stone slammed into Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. A terrifying force struck Lin Feng's abdomen. The Holy Spirit of the stone wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body. Celestial Masterpath. 8 seals. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He continued to strike, one palm strike after another on the stone. Heavenly formation runes surged and wrapped around the stone material. The 8 divine seals was a very powerful secret technique. Previously, when Lin Feng wanted to seal the 9 primordial god stones, he failed because the 9 primordial god stones were too strong. And now, Lin Feng wasn't facing all 9 primordial god stones at the same time. However, in the face of this Holy Spirit, the pressure was greatly reduced. The Holy Spirit of the stone god stones wasn't as strong as the 9 primordial god stones. You want to seal me? Dream on. The Holy Spirit of the stone god stones roared and began to struggle, trying to break the seal. However, the 8 divine seals were too powerful. Heavenly formation runes intertwined and completely sealed the stone material. Then, Lin Feng directly put the stone material into the cauldron and suppressed it. What a great harvest! I actually managed to suppress a Holy Spirit of the stone god stones. Lin Feng was excited. Swoosh! He quickly rushed outside. Swoosh! A cold light flashed from the sky and slashed at Lin Feng. Huangfu Qingqiong was holding a black spear. With each step he took, the void trembled slightly. So, you're the brat who fought against my 3rd brother for 10 years. Even my 3rd brother doesn't know that you've grown to such a level, right? Fine, I'll kill you on behalf of 3rd brother today, lest anything unexpected happens. Huangfu Qingqiong's voice was filled with endless killing intent. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, I'm afraid you won't be able to kill me. What if you include us? Someone suddenly laughed coldly. In the distance, 2 more people flew over. When Lin Feng saw them, he couldn't help but frown slightly. They were Taitsong Yuntao and Guo Tianming. 3 strong cultivators surrounded Lin Feng. Everyone, there's no time to lose. Let's kill this brat and divide his treasures, said Guo Tianming gloomily. Now, the 3 of them were surrounding Lin Feng. Naturally, it wasn't just because they had a grudge against Lin Feng. The most important thing was that they had their eyes on Lin Feng's treasures. The world was bustling with activity because of benefits. For example, Huangfu Qingqiong was Huangfu Qingtian's brother, but in the future, he would also compete for the position of the human emperor of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Was there a need for him to help Huangfu Qingtian get rid of a great enemy? Of course, there was no need. But why did Huangfu Qingqiong attack Lin Feng? The main reason was that Lin Feng had too many treasures. Killing and seizing treasures. It was what cultivators liked to do the most. It was also the easiest way to get rich. The 3 strong cultivators attacked. Huangfu Qingqiong's battle spear swept across the world, and a move of total annihilation swept over. Taitsong Yuntao held a jade ruler, which was also a treasure. With a light strike, millions of ruler lights condensed in the void and smashed toward Lin Feng. Next, Guo Tianming took out a pitch-black dagger. The dagger flew in the void, and endless black fog surged out. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword and fought with the 3 strong cultivators. Asterisk puff, asterisk fighting 1 against 3, he was at a disadvantage. Lin Feng was hit, and his body was almost pierced by Huangfu Qingqiong. He narrowly avoided the attack, but was swept away by the ruler light. Next, Guo Tianming's dagger slashed Lin Feng's arm, almost cutting off Lin Feng's arm. The more the 3 fought, the braver they became. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was in huge trouble. If these three were to fight Lin Feng alone, they would be at a disadvantage. But now they were besieging him. The three experts besieged him and had the upper hand. Lin Feng was forced to retreat. After hundreds of rounds of fighting, Lin Feng suffered a blow. His right chest was pierced by Huangfu Qingqiong's battle spear. Huangfu Qingqiong wanted to kill Lin Feng in midair. But Lin Feng quickly retreated, and his body was sent flying backward. After breaking away from Huangfu Qingqiong's battle spear, Guo Tianming had already arrived before he could operate his immortal body to heal his injuries. Lin Feng slapped his palm toward Guo Tianming. He and Guo Tianming's palm collided. At this time, Taicang Yuntao quietly came to Lin Feng's side and slashed at Lin Feng with the jade ruler in his hand. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. The blow was about to hit Lin Feng. Just at this critical moment, when the situation was extremely dangerous, a black figure appeared as fast as lightning. Clang! His sword slashed at the jade ruler in Taicang Yuntao's hand. The two forces collided fiercely. Then, the figure threw out a jade talisman. The jade talisman exploded, and black fog covered the sky. "Damn it!" shouted the three strong cultivators furiously. They were about to kill Lin Feng, but someone had intervened. The black fog dispersed, and Lin Feng and the black-clothed man disappeared without a trace. Chapter 950. In the forest outside the Holy Stone City, Lin Feng gazed at the distant Holy Stone City. The beast tide had completely submerged the Holy Stone City. Who knew how many innocent people would die in the city? Who would have thought that a terrifying stone man would appear under the Holy Stone City? It was completely unexpected. That was why the current tragedy happened. Only in such a large-scale battle could one truly understand how fragile life was. I didn't think that you would grow to such a level. Lin Feng retracted his gaze and looked at the man in black. This man in black was indeed out of Lin Feng's expectations. He was actually Dishi Xian. Back in the northern barbarian mining area, Lin Feng had saved Dishi Xian and his sister, Dishi Yu. Lin Feng would never forget the first time he saw Dishi Xian. Dishi Xian, who had no cultivation. His body actually emitted force. The few powerful beasts that were pouncing on him were all knocked unconscious. A man who was born with force. It was the first time Lin Feng had seen someone like Dishi Xian. Lin Feng had once wanted to subdue Dishi Xian, and Dishi Xian had agreed to serve Lin Feng for 15 years. However, it had been 5 years since Dishi Xian and Dishi Yu had left the ancient barbarian mining area. Lin Feng had never thought that he would see Dishi Xian here. Dishi Xian didn't say anything. He had a cold look on his face, which made him look very cool. He came from a mysterious race. Even Lin Feng didn't know which race he was from, because Dishi Xian had never mentioned it. Seeing the silent Dishi Xian, Lin Feng naturally had a lot of questions to ask Dishi Xian. However, it was obviously not the time to ask these questions. He and Dishi Xian had already left this dangerous place. The two traveled for thousands of miles and arrived at a small town. Many cultivators who had escaped from the Holy Stone City were resting in this town. They booked a room. Lin Feng washed up and changed into clean clothes. He asked Dishi Xian to sit down. Dishi Xian said, "How can I, a slave, disrespect my master?" Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "I haven't seen you for so many years, but you're still so stubborn. Didn't I say that you're not my slave and I'm not your master? We can be superior and subordinate, or we can be friends." Di Shixian said, "In the past 15 years, young master and I have only one relationship, the relationship between a slave and a master." Lin Feng replied helplessly, "All right, since you insist, I won't say anything more." Where have you and Xiaoyu been all these years? What did he experience? Where was Xiaoyu now? How did you get here? Di Xian said, I sent you to a safe place. I went to a place of inheritance, and after I came out, I used the blood oath to find you, master. Di Xian had sworn a blood oath to be loyal to Lin Feng. This blood oath had been passed down in his family, and Lin Feng had thought that it was very strange. However, it was clear that this blood oath was much more strange than Lin Feng had imagined. Di Xian seemed to be able to sense Lin Feng's location from a great distance away. How could Lin Feng not be shocked? Lin Feng said, Since you found me, that's good. The star trial is about to begin, so you can come with me and increase your strength. Di Xian nodded. The appearance of the stone puppet king caused a huge commotion. The 18 prefectures of the ancient forest of the fallen immortals, including Tianzhou and Immortal Zhou, were all shaken. The stone puppet king was too powerful. It had 9 primordial godstones by its side, and it had formed an alliance with an overlord in the depths of the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. The great powers of the 18 prefectures of the ancient forest of the fallen immortals sent out their experts. The alliance of the 18 prefectures joined forces and surrounded Holy Stone City. However, the alliance of the 18 prefectures did not immediately attack the city because the Stone Golem King was too strong. This city is mine, said the Stone Puppet King. His voice boomed like thunder, domineering and overbearing. Even the strongest cultivators turned pale. It was hard to imagine how strong the Stone Puppet King was. The 18 prefectures' army retreated and arranged for a cultivator army to monitor the situation in Holy Stone City. If the Stone Puppet King didn't move, the 18 prefectures' army wouldn't dare take the initiative to attack because it was too terrifying. Inside Holy Stone City, the 9 primordial godstones floated in the air, exuding astonishing ripples. The 9 saint spirits within had been nurtured since the primordial era, and no one knew just how strong they were now. Of course, the Stone Golem King was even stronger. Holy Lord, where should we go now? Should we go back? Asked one of the divine spirits. That's right, let's go back. The Holy Lord has recovered, so we have nothing to fear. Another primordial divine spirit said. The 9 primeval saint spirits were extremely excited. The Stone Puppet King looked at the sky and sighed. Even if I recover, I need time to recover. The Sky Martial Continent is filled with countless living beings. If the Holy Lord directly devours the continent, won't he recover quickly? Asked one of the divine spirits. Said the Stone Puppet King. How can the Sky Martial Continent be so easily devoured? Do you know why I came to the Sky Martial Continent at the end of the ancient era and buried myself here? The 9 divine spirits shook their heads. We don't know. Is there a special reason? It's because the Sky Martial Continent is very special. The Stone Puppet King narrowed his eyes. The ancient race that destroyed the undying world and buried the 9 layers of heaven came from the Sky Martial Continent. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. Time passed, but the Stone Puppet King didn't do anything. This seemed to make the 18 prefectures feel a little more at ease. With the Stone Puppet King's strength, if he really wanted to start a war, most of the 18 prefectures would probably fall. This was naturally the outcome that the great powers didn't want to see. During this time, the ancient Starry Sky Road was still being repaired. More and more people were talking about the ancient Starry Sky Road. A month later, an exciting piece of news came. The ancient Starry Sky Road was completely repaired. In another half a month, the ancient Starry Sky Road would open again. There would be 36 places in the Sky Martial Continent that could enter the ancient Starry Sky Road. Tianzhou's Dongshu ancient city was one of the entrances to the ancient Starry Sky Road. Lin Feng and Dishi Xian arrived. He paid 2 yuan meteor stones in exchange for 2 spots. When you're about to enter the star field, there will be a powerful space-time reversal. I suggest that you take a flying ship to enter. Each person has to pay 500,000 top-grade spirit stones, said the important person in charge of the ancient Starry Sky Road. This price was ridiculously high, and it wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. However, Lin Feng still had a few million top-grade spirit stones, so he didn't lack 1 million top-grade spirit stones. He paid another 1 million top-grade spirit stones, and the important person gave 2 medallions to Lin Feng. In 3 days, use the medallions to board the ship at the teleportation plaza. Lin Feng nodded and left with Dishi Xian. 3 days later, they arrived at the teleportation plaza and used the medallions to board the ship.